Okay, thank you. Mayor Carr? Mayor Carr is absent. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre?
Present.
Councilmember Alfieri?
Here.
Councilmember Case?
I'm here.
Councilmember Neal?
Here.
Councilmember Path?
Here.
Councilmember Zuluaga?
I'm here.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe Rob was going to bring the flag up on the screen for us. Thank you. Okay. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the
Allegiance
flag
to the
of the
flag
United
of
States
the United States of
and
America,
to the
and
republic
the
and
republic for which it stands,
One nation,
one
under
nation,
God,
under God,
indivisible, with
indivisible,
liberty and
with
justice
liberty
for all.
and justice for all.
America, we love you.
All right, can I get a motion to move into executive session?
Yes, but I don't have the exact wording in front of me. Do we have that somewhere, Suzanne? Or
It's
maybe-
on your agenda, sir.
Oh, okay, very good.
Top right.
Top right.
Top right.
Top left. Okay, I move that we move into executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-4024E to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategy for negotiations, and instructing negotiators, all regarding recruitment of city attorney position.
Can I
I
get a-
second.
Thanks.
Okay. Alfieri?
This is the vote.
I needed people to vote on this. Alfieri?
Yes.
Case?
Yes.
LaBarre?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Path?
Yeah.
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so I think now we need to log out and log into the executive session in our email link.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, we'll give her.
Thank you.
Sure. And Suzanne, I had a question for you because I didn't do the announcement to say this recording reflects.
So I did it after you closed out. I put it on the recording, the time we ended and everything. And now you'll open with the rest of your script.
Okay.
I think we're good.
Oh.
Hang on.
Mute.
Is that better?
That should be good.
How's that?
Good.
Yes.
That works?
Okay, guys ready? Okay, the time is now 6:28 p.m. The executive session has been concluded. Will all participants in the executive session please state their names for the record? And I'm going to start with Councilmember Path.
Yes. Oh, Jim Path, yes.
Rusty Neal.
Kelly Case.
Stephanie Alfieri.
Robert Zuluaga.
Michael Lawson.
Suzanne Leclerc.
Michael, do you want to just repeat your name?
Michael Lawson.
Got it. Thanks. And Hillary LaBarre. If any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion on any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meeting law, I ask that you state your concerns now. Hearing none, the next agenda item is we're taking a break and we'll resume at 7.
Thank you.
Do we need to do a proper motion?
Oh. Do we need a?
Do we need to do a motion, Suzanne, on that? I think, don't we?
We could do a quick motion. That would be probably wise.
Well, I move that we take a break until the regularly scheduled council meeting of 7 p.m. and that, anyway, that's good. That's what
I'll second it.
Who got that
I'll
second?
do.
Rusty Neal
Rusty.
seconds it.
Okay, thank you. Case,
Yes.
LaBarre,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. We'll see you guys all at 7. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay.
Say that again. I got feedback. Oh, never mind. It's my end. Sorry.
Just give.
You hear me? Am I good?
Every
Yes.
time you come on, it's snowing, Kelly.
I know it's because I'm in the mountains with my fire. See my fireplace?
Uh-huh.
And it always looks the same, doesn't it?
Yeah, where are you? Because it's dark here right now, but it's not, it's not
It's
dark where you are, Kelly.
It's a video background.
I know.
All right, I think, looks like everybody's here. I think Rusty stepped away for a moment. He's coming back.
Yeah, my wife patient has turned on her Zoom so she could watch from her recovery bed, and she didn't realize that the feedback was kicking into this room. And so it was like, wait a minute.
Yep. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and get the meeting started. And I know some of you are probably wondering why I'm officiating the meeting and Mayor Carr isn't. And I know that some of you have heard that Mayor Carr is fortunately recovering from COVID-19. He's in the hospital, and at this time, it's unclear when he'll be released. It's requested that council members, staff, and members of the public respect he and his family's privacy at this time. Those in attendance here tonight are asked to refrain from further discussing the matter during the evening's meeting. And on behalf of City Council, city staff, and the entire Woodland Park community, we wish the mayor's full and speedy recovery. So thank you. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the next topic. And that will be, we had executive session to discuss attorneys, to have them, they're out of house and temporary because our wonderful city attorney Jace is leaving. We were able to come to consensus on a firm, and I would appreciate it if someone would make a motion that we could vote on.
I will move to approve the selection of the firm Murray, Dahl, Berry, and Renauld LLP, according to the consensus reached by council in executive session.
I second the motion.
Okay. Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank
Do you want to give some direction to the city manager, Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure, we'd like you to go ahead and reach out to the firm and let them know that they've been selected, and we would appreciate working with them.
We will do that.
We will also be, just so the public understands, we will also be formulating an RFP to conduct a search for an in-house attorney. It just won't be immediately. All right, and then next on the agenda, we have ceremonies, presentations, and appointments. And I believe we're going to begin with the appointments to the Planning Commission.
Point of order, Mayor Pro Tem.
Sure.
Are you going to do a salute to the flag and all of those steps?
Sure, we did do Pledge of Allegiance earlier, but we can run it again real quick, no problem. All right. Rob, can you put up the flag and we'll go ahead and do Pledge of Allegiance? All right. Pledge allegiance to the flag
To the flag of
The
the United States of
of
America.
America and to the republic for
and to the
which
republic for
stands
which stands
one
one
nation,
nation,
under God,
under
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all. All right, back on track to appointments. We do have 4 applications for Planning Commission, but only 3 spots.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you would give me a moment, can I introduce this and tell you what the terms are and all of that?
Absolutely.
Okay. So as Mayor Pro Tem Labar said, we currently have 3 positions on the Planning Commission that expire this month, or they expired last month, actually. So pursuant to council's policy, we've advertised in the manner that council has always asked us to. And we had applications for reappointment for all of the positions that expire in January were received in December. So the incumbent Planning Commission member, Peter Scanlon, has applied for reappointment. An application was received by Bob Carlson prior to the deadline date of 12/31, and we received 2 other applications which were received from Al Bungie and Eric Disman after the deadline date. Council's policy for appointments and reappointments requires that a report concerning meeting attendance for incumbent members seeking reappointment be presented. We offer the following. Planning Commission held 8 meetings through the end of 2020, and Peter Scanlon, the incumbent, was in attendance at all 8 meetings, 100% attendance. The applicants, I believe some of them may be here with us on Zoom this evening and are available to speak and answer any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Does council have any questions of any of the applicants? It doesn't look that way. And if there are applicants that would like to just take about a minute to 2 to say why you'd like to be on the commission, we would appreciate to hear from you. And we can start with Al Bunge.
So Rob, will you let Mr. Bunge in, please? Is Rob there with you? Okay.
Suzanne, are you able to see are all of the applicants on right
Well,
now?
I know Mr. Bunge is the first one, and he's up there and he's waiting to speak. Let me see who else. Eric Disman is with us.
Okay.
I know John DeVoe is signed up to speak on this matter, and he is with us.
Okay.
And Peter Scanlon, I believe, is out of town.
Right. Okay. And I do see Mr. Carlson up there as well.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
So we're just waiting. Rob will let them in to our meeting here. Hey, Rob, we're waiting for you to let Mr. Bunge in.
It looks like I may have the ability to allow him to speak.
Do it, Hillary.
You do, ma'am.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Okay, Mr. Bunge, if you can hear us, you're able to speak, and if you'd like to just give us a minute or two of why you'd like to be on the commission, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you. Again, my name is Al Bunge, so it's a G. No problem. Thank you for the opportunity to serve our great town of Woodland Park. I've lived here, my wife and I and kids have lived here for 14 years. We've moved here when our kids were very small, and we are now empty nesters. Our youngest is off to college. And so I've traveled extensively and always have for work, but COVID has changed my work extensively as well. I don't travel hardly at all anymore. And now with the kids out of the house, and now that I don't travel much, it's given me the opportunity to serve our community, which I haven't had in the past. So I would like to have that opportunity. My career is pretty extensive. I'm currently the general manager of a very large division. I have more than 1,000 employees underneath me in multiple countries. So I have a pretty extensive experience in running a very large businesses. And I think I can bring a lot of experience to our community. And I would like to see our community prosper and grow, and look forward to seeing what our community can do. We have got a great community with a lot of opportunities with what we can do. I think our country and our world is changing, and I think there's a lot of people that are now going to change, like my world has changed, where they can work out of their house now. And I think there's a lot of people that are now going to be moving out of metro areas and are going to be looking to move to places like Woodland Park.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have a great opportunity if we structure ourselves properly for families to move here. And we have an opportunity to set ourselves up to be really a win for those families to move here to raise their kids and have a great life for themselves, and really an opportunity for us then as a community to really grow and prosper with those families coming to us, and really make it a win-win situation for all of us all the way around. So I think it's really a once in a lifetime opportunity because of what's happened. You know, I think we can take a bad situation and turn it into a really good situation for all of us going forward. And so I'd like to take that opportunity to help promote our city and be on the planning council and be part of that growth that I think we've got going forward. So thank you for this short time, and I hope you would consider me for this position.
Thank you, and I apologize about your last name.
No worries. Everybody gets it wrong, you and everybody else, so don't worry about that.
All
Hey,
right.
at least I'm not Al Bundy. I got a G instead of a D.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
You
No
pronounce it Bungie? Bungie, is
Bungie.
that correct?
Bungie.
Bungie. Thank you again.
Yep, no worries. Thank you.
All right, and I'm going to go ahead and go to Mr. Carlson next, if he's prepared to speak. Bob, can you hear us?
Yeah, I just got the unmute button.
Oh,
Can you
good.
hear me?
Yes, we can. So I'll give you a few moments if you'd like.
Yeah, I think you all are familiar with me. We've crossed paths a few times. I came to Woodland Park after retiring from working for the Defense Department back in 2015. Went a few years without getting really involved in the community. But in 2012, it seemed like a good time. Mostly I was interested in doing improvements for the city. And at that time, it was the Woodland Aquatic Center, which many people wanted. And so I was involved in getting that approved by council to be on the agenda November 14, and then implementing it from that point on, along with our board and with the help of David Buttery and just a lot of people. Anyway, since then I've been, I also joined the Main Street board because I was interested in improving the economic development of downtown. Things were underway at the time. It looked like the DDA was going to do something with the property. And I was a little concerned about our existing businesses, that they wouldn't be put out of businesses. So I was involved in that until about a year ago or 9 months ago. But I found what's important that drives this city is the comprehensive plan. And the focal point right now will be the Planning Commission to try to get input from all of our citizens as to what it is that what the vision of the city is, what they want this city to be. And we certainly have discussed that a lot in the Main Street Board. And so I bring that experience with me, 2 or 3 years of all those kind of discussions with me. But I agree with everybody on council that we really need to have input from our citizens on this. So that was my main reason for applying for the Planning Commission, because this is a key time for the future of our city, where we collectively try to figure out what it is we want Woodland Park to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. We appreciate it. And I'm going to look for John DeVoe or Mr. Disman on here on my list. So give me just a moment. I apologize. Okay, I see Mr. DeVoe. And I'm going to, oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Neal, do you have a question?
Councilmember Zuluaga has had a question for Mr. Bungie that was missed.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilmember Zuluaga.
We have had technical, whoa. How are we going to do this? Hang on, let me.
You can possibly speak in your normal microphone.
Maybe you could type it in chat, maybe?
We could do all the questions at the end if you want.
Yeah, we could do that. Are you all comfortable with just holding your questions to the end? Okay, we'll do that and we'll get it figured out. And in the meantime, we'll let Mr. DeVoe speak, if that's all right with everyone. Mr. DeVoe, can you hear us?
I pushed the magic button, it says unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, that's fine. Peter Scanlon could not be here, and he asked me if I would say a couple words about the thing about him. Peter's been an excellent commissioner. He's one of 2 attorneys that we have on the Planning Commission, Lee Brown being the other one. And that kind of information is invaluable when we get together. It gives us a lot of direction. One of the things what we are is cohesive, and I guess that's the best word I can come up with. We work together. I feel like I'm more of a facilitator than I am a chairman, because we want everybody to share in on their opinions, and we go around and make sure everybody has a chance to talk, and everybody in the audience. We have done that since day one, and it's worked out very well for us. But the only thing I wanted to tell you is that we've got Vicky Good, who's real estate. We got Ellen Carrick, who's the first class of co-ed class of Notre Dame, and she's a licensed CPA, and she's business and property owner here in the town. Ken Horsfield is an architect. Larry Larson used to be the Woodland Park planner, way back before electric lights, Larry, but it was a long time ago. But we got those kind of folks really help put together and ask good questions and try to get to the answers of all this. But understand, all we are is a committee that refers things to you folks. Earlier talk tonight was about the comprehensive plan. It is an aspirational document only. We can't direct and do anything without you guys approving it. And if it requires money, it requires money, or whatever the case may be. But it's aspirational only. So you guys drive the community. We don't. We simply say, does it work in with zoning and does it work in with people coming in and want an exception to whatever the code is for that particular piece of property? It's those kind of things that I think we've got a real good expertise on our committee to do that. We do. We've got a passion for what we do. And I think we all get along really well together in what we do. So no matter who you elect, we'll all work together. It's just what you feel the most comfortable with, and good luck to that process. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. DeVoe. We
You're
appreciate
welcome.
it. All right, and then I'm going to go to Mr. Disman, let him speak, and then we'll circle back to council with their questions. All right, Mr. Disman, I've let you in and you're ready to roll.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, good evening, council. How are you today? I'm Eric Disman. I'm actually a retired Army, retired out of Fort Carson. Lived here in Woodland Park for about 5 years now. I worked in intelligence for 20 years, after that in special operations, so I traveled the globe. But I did grow up here in Colorado and Durango, so I'm quite familiar with some of the things that we deal with specifically in our mountain communities, especially with affordable housing and things like that. As I was retiring from the Army, I had the opportunity to intern with the city of Woodland Park under Sally Riley. And I was quite impressed with the operations that they run there and how well they take care of our city. Got to know the inner workings pretty well, a lot of the personalities, and it was just a wonderful thing to see. So as I retired, I was looking for another way to serve the community. I am fully retired. And so I'm currently serving with the Aspen Mine Center. I volunteer as their volunteer coordinator. If you're not familiar with them, they actually help the needy, the homeless, and so forth in the community. They're a great organization. So that's where I serve currently. I'm also a board member at the Woodland Life Center, and I'm initiating a Teller County volunteer initiative as a focal point, single resource for all things volunteer in Teller County. So those things I'm working on to try to serve, but I had heard about this opportunity. It was recommended to me by an acquaintance. And I just saw this as another way to serve both the people of Woodland Park, but also you, to provide you that information that you would need to make the best decisions for our city. So that's me in short. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Excellent. I'm going to go ahead and I've muted all of the candidates, and I am going to let council start with their questions. You should be able to unmute yourselves to answer the questions when the council is finished. So give me just 1 second. All right. And then we'll go ahead and start back with Councilmember Zulawaga. I apologize.
No,
Feedback.
we're having technical difficulties at
There you
the
go.
Got it.
council. So the first question I have is before we talk about the questions I have for candidates. And my first question was, we received applications, some which were in a timely fashion and some which were late. My question for the attorney, if he's with us, is what do the statutes say about that, and how do we proceed with that so we're not in violation of anything with applications that came in late?
So just real briefly, the statutes won't be clear on this issue. I don't think it's that specific. Ultimately, these types of appointments are up to the council to make. You have that authority. If you're concerned about making sure the process is as clean as possible, I think council could make a vote or a motion whether or not to consider those applications in general and make that clear on the record before you proceed further.
Is there a priority, a weighting of them in terms of when they came in that is that not relevant?
That would be certainly council's discretion.
Okay. And a question, another question I have, and I don't know if it's for you or John DeVoe, but just a general here to start with. We have in the charter a 5 to 9 member capacity on the board. How many do we have currently? Not the expired ones, active. We need here.
I think Planning Director Riley could probably answer that for you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Currently, there are 6 members, but we operate with a roster of 9 members. So Peter Scanlon is the 7th member that is seeking reappointment.
Thank you. So my first question then is for, we good? My first question is for Bob Carlson. Bob, you're on the interview paperwork we have for you. What, in your opinion, the 3 most pressing issues facing the city of Woodland Park? Comprehensive plan, you spoke about that. How do you see the other 2 items, the financial plan and capital investment plan, within the purview of the planning board?
Yes, the last comprehensive plan in it's labeled 2010 dealt with these issues, and under the financial plan, it required that the city, or suggested that the city have a financial plan, and that has been raised a number of times since then. I was encouraged by Michael's article in the Courier last week that he is in the process of, in fact, developing a financial plan. And so that was encouraging. But also the capital investment plan, that's also very important too, as far as what it is that the city anticipates in the long term, whether or not is we're going to do the bypass, that type of thing. So these have major implications for our city, the future of our city, that need to be considered in our vision for the way forward.
Very good, thank you. And I apologize, John DeVoe, but we were having all sorts of distractions here in City Hall. So when you were presenting, did I hear you say that Peter Scanlon is not with us and that Peter Scanlon is an attorney?
Peter Scanlon is an attorney that has, he retired a number of years ago, and Lee Brown is also an attorney. And Lee was involved with being a planning director of a very large planned community in Texas and was their attorney.
And he's not with us tonight?
Lee Brown isn't up for re-election.
No, Peter Scanlon.
Yeah, but no, he's not. He's working on a project and he's in Arizona as we speak.
Fortunate man. So my last question about Peter is, how many years has he served so far?
Is this his 2nd term, Sally?
I believe it is, yes. He's been with us for at least 5 years.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The next one is Al Bunt. Yeah, I missed the part about it was Bunge or Bungie. So Al, if I may call you Al.
Yes.
I want to start off by saying I liked your attitude, your freshness, and your passion for Woodland Park and the possibilities for the future. So my question for you is, on your application, you say under point 1, what are the most pressing issues for Woodland Park? You say we need to have affordable housing for all hardworking / law-abiding families who choose to want to live here no matter what their income level. How do you see this role playing in the planning board? And just kind of, would you kind of embellish some more on what you mean by that?
Sure. So, you know, I moved here when I was, let's see, I'm middle 50s now, 14 years ago. So when I was about 40. So, I was in a comfortable income range when I moved here. And it's one of the things I noticed when I moved here. And it's one of the things I heard that it was maybe one of the things we were lacking in. And I think we've gotten better since I've lived here, but I love living in Woodland Park, and my kids loved growing up in Woodland Park. It's not where they were born, but we moved here pretty much. One of them does remember where they moved from, and the other one was young enough. This is the only place they remember. And I started with nothing. But I would love to have younger families have the opportunity to grow up in this great community and call this community home, and have the opportunity to live here and prosper in this community. And so being able to have affordable housing for people that want to live here and work hard here, and whether they work here or working in Colorado Springs or any of the surrounding communities, I think that's an important aspect is you have to have a diverse group. You have to have a diverse area to really have a great community. You can't be a group that's all from a very similar income level. You have to have a very diverse area to really take advantage and have a really, really great community. Because you have to have that whole broad perspective of an income range, as long as they're all, maybe I go overboard on the hardworking, but I'm a very hardworking person. And I think I got to where I am because I'm a very hardworking person. And I kind of am a believer in the American dream. And if you work hard, you'll get to where you want to be. And I think we should have that opportunity for anybody who wants to. And I think Woodland Park is a great place for people to have that. And we should allow those people who want to have that opportunity. We should provide them that opportunity if they're those kind of people.
Thank you. And my last candidate is Eric Disman. And my question for you is the same. You also raised the issue of affordable housing. Will you tell me what that means to you and how you see that playing out in the role of the planning department?
So recently we've seen a few things happen here in our community, specifically with the tiny home community that had come about. We've had talks I've heard recently regarding the RV parks and those various situations. These are the same things I saw play out in Durango, where I'm from, where we have the working class, the common employment opportunities there were not equivalent to what the cost of housing was and the cost of living. And so that's an issue I see here as well in Woodland Park. And so recognizing, for example, last week when we spoke about the RV question and what that meant and how that would impact those that were living there, it's just an indicator of how great of a problem that is. We have difficulty making a decision on something like that. There's very obviously a need here. Same thing with how we came about with having this tiny home community. And so I just see that as an ongoing issue, not just here, but also in Colorado all over. What does that look like with additional dwelling units and things like that? Are there solutions there? And these are all things that the Planning Commission handles, and I think they do a very tremendous job of handling it. And I've been quite impressed with what they do. And this is one of the, I would say, priorities for our community. The comprehensive plan is good, but it is an aspirational plan. So within that, you have a lot of great ideas on where the city should go, but ultimately the city council is going to approve that one way or another. So that is more of a general thing that we need to be concerned about, but something that is a great issue is that affordable housing.
Thank you. No more questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Those are excellent questions. I think they give us better insight to each candidate. I wish we had floor slots available. Does anyone else have questions for the candidates? Seeing none, I'm going to ask a little bit of an unusual way to vote. I would like to have all of you give your 3 top choices to Suzanne, and then Suzanne will tally those votes. She gets to do the magic math and then let us know out of the 4, which will be selected for the 3 available positions. So just write down the 3 you choose. Suzanne will then ask you who they are. She'll record it, and then she will give us the math as to who the top 3 are. Is that understood well enough? I see questions. Councilmember Neal?
I assume you're saying in our chat, go ahead and pull up to Suzanne only, put our 3 choices, and then transmit.
We can do it that way. I was just going to suggest that we just openly say, because she has to record all of our votes openly as is.
The chat works. I can do it that way.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, we'll do chat, and then everyone just send them to Suzanne, and then she'll tally it. Audience, I apologize. It's going to take just a moment to get that done.
Hey, Kip. Maybe you could help me.
Are you all able to find Suzanne?
What are we doing?
I'm just waiting for Councilmember Alfieri, Councilmember Zulawaga, and Mayor Pro Tem Labar. I have everyone else's in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne, for all you do for us.
Councilmember Zuluaga, I'm just waiting on yours, sir.
I've sent them to you, Suzanne, all 3. Rob?
For whatever reason, Councilmember Zuluaga, will you send them to me again? They are not coming up.
I'm going to send them to you through Councilwoman Alfieri.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. Okay. So I will read into the record the votes. And if for any reason it is incorrect, your vote, please let me know. It's a little difficult in the chat. But we have Councilmember Case, who has voted for Disman, Bungie, and Scanlon. We have Councilmember Neal, who has voted for Disman, Bungie, and Scanlon. We have Councilmember Paff, who has voted for Disman, Bungie, and Carlson. We have Mayor Pro Tem Labar, who has voted for Disman, Bungie, and Scanlon. We have Councilmember Alfieri, who has voted for Disman, Bungie, and Carlson. We have Councilmember Zuluaga, who has voted for Disman, Bungie, and Carlson. And so we have a tie. We have, this is how it comes out. We have Disman has 6, Bungie has 6, Bob Carlson has 3, and Peter Scanlon has 3.
So a suggestion to council, you could either revote if anybody feels like they might change their mind, or we can postpone that additional appointment to that third slot until a future meeting when we have all 7 council persons present.
I think I'd make a motion that we do move that third person to a future council meeting.
I agree.
And I would just like to request that we have both of the candidates with us at that time. It's a little hard to vote for someone if you haven't heard their story.
Okay, so if we could vote on the motion to move the third candidate, I have a motion from Councilmember Paff.
I'll second.
Thank you. If we can take a vote on that. Alfieri?
Yes.
Muted.
Thank you. Case?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Paff?
Yes.
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Thank you. Now I will need a motion from council to appoint Eric Disman and Al Bungie.
I'll move to
I move
appoint
that we
Mr.
appoint
Disman
Eric
and
Disman.
Mr. Bungay to the Planning Commission.
I second the motion.
Okay, thank you. Case?
Yes.
Labar?
Yes.
Neal?
Yes.
Paff?
Yes.
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. In the essence of time, Mayor Pro Tem.
Point of order, Suzanne. Councilwoman Alfieri has not voted.
Alfieri.
Sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. In the essence of time, Mayor Pro Tem, I will swear them in at a later date.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, so congratulations to those two. Thank you. Whew.
We're all a little rusty at our Zoom meetings, so. And then next on the agenda will be the appointments for the Downtown Development Authority members. And I'm going to, let's see, let Suzanne introduce who they are. We'll give them a moment to speak and do it just the same way we've done it with the Planning Commission, but fortunately we have enough open slots for candidates.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. As council will recall, there's 3 positions on the DDA that have expired as of June 30th, 2020. As per the DDA's bylaws, those individuals in the expired positions may continue serving until council makes appointments for these terms. The three positions that expired are currently held by Jerry Good, Elijah Murphy, and Ellen Carrick. The new terms of office for these positions will expire on June 30th, 2024. Earlier in the year, council tried to make appointments to this board that resulted in a tie. Council decided to hold off until after a 7th council person was elected to make these appointments. The city clerk's office was directed to re-advertise for these expired terms. Pursuant to council's policy, we followed everything that council requires of us. The city clerk's office received no new applications for these positions. The city clerk still has on record the original applications from incumbents Jerry Good and Elijah Murphy. The city clerk's office also has an application on record from Marty McKenna. All 3 are still interested in serving and were considered for appointment last time. Ellen Carrick has decided not to apply for another term. The DDA board held 77 meetings from July 2016 to June of 2020. Jerry Good attended 75 of those meetings, and Elijah Murphy attended 72 of those meetings. This is the important thing for council. As per Colorado revised statutes, each appointed member of the board, except any member from the governing body, shall reside, be a business lessee, or own real property in the downtown development district within the municipality in which the authority is located. That's Colorado Statute 31-25-806. The applicants that have applied all meet that requirement. I believe that I've seen them on. They're here as panelists and we can interview them if council desires. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. I'm going to try to find them here in the list of names so that I can allow each of the candidates. I've found Elijah Murphy, so I'm going to allow him to speak first if he would like to.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. I'm standing by, ready, willing, and able to continue the path on trying to keep the initiative going with Mike and company to get the property developed. It's something of a, I feel like a pit bull on a bone now that this is one of the things I really want to see come to fruition. At any rate, I stand, as I said, ready, willing, and able to continue the march on doing what the DDA does. Looking forward to Miss Mary Jo Larson getting back and working together with everybody. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Murph, I think we're going to let all the candidates speak and then I'll let council ask questions of each candidate.
Very well.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and I have a long list of names. I've got 43 people, so I just have to search through each one of you guys. I'm sorry. Mr. Good, I found you. So Jerry, when you're ready, if you'd like to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, guys, I'm a 26-year resident of Woodland Park. I've made this home, and I came up here for more of a sense of community. Get out of Colorado Springs, where I was born and raised, because I could felt like I could make a difference. I feel like we have on the Downtown Development Authority. We haven't necessarily made a ton of friends, but I feel that our intentions are to do the right thing. And I promise you that's the case. We don't have ulterior motives for any decisions we're making. And I think we're around the corner from a bit of success. I also got to mention that I think my chances of being put on this board greatly improved now that my picture isn't up on the screen. So anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you, Jerry. All right, I'm going to look for if she's on. I found her. Okay. All right, Marty, you're up if you'd like to speak.
While they're waiting, you want to do test 1, 2, 3? Can you hear us? Rob? Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us?
Marty?
A second. Marty's on, but it says that it won't unmute, so I'm going to put her on speaker from my phone.
Can you hear me?
Okay, it's not going to work because of the feedback. Oh, she said she got it.
We do not hear you yet, Marty.
Maybe she could send something through chat and the Mayor Pro Tem could read it to us. If that helps, maybe that'll work.
She said she'll be up on the chat feature in a moment.
Mayor Pro Tem, does it make a difference if Marty's got her hand raised versus being with a microphone?
Is this working? Yeah, there you go. Now she's got a mute button.
Marty, if you'd like, you can type in chat and I can read a statement for you on your behalf. I hate to not give her the opportunity to speak, but if we can't get it figured out, we're gonna have to move on.
So we do have a chat from her. She is thanking you for allowing her to do the chat. Her chat was disabled. She has it fixed. So I think she shall be sending something.
Wait, Jason told me to set it up.
So what, do you see what she said, Mayor Pro Tem?
I do.
Okay.
So Marty is saying, I think the only one that does not know me is Michael Lawson.
She's not on here.
And it's ended at that so far.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, I think we're gonna have to move fairly quickly here.
Yeah, I think so.
I'm just wondering though,
She did type, she's third
Her-
generation.
yeah,
I have a suggestion, Mayor Pro Tem.
just a second, if you don't mind, council member, I wanted to finish what I was saying. I
Sure.
think she might, and she's typing, I'm sure, but I think what had happened was her, when she was on the phone with Murph,
Mhm.
she might have been getting the feedback because the volume was up on her computer.
Right.
So if she were to turn the volume down on her computer, call Murph again and let it go through Murph's microphone, we might be able to hear what she has to say. That's my suggestion.
Okay, she did say, please move on and thank you for the opportunity. She says not to worry. So if council is comfortable with that, we can go ahead and move on. I know that all of council is quite familiar with Marty, and we know her history with the community and her service to the community. And I know Councilmember Zulawaga, you had something you wanted to say. Do you still have something you wanted to mention?
Oh, it was simply while if she wanted to continue typing anything else, but she's not. I was going to suggest we just ask questions of the other two candidates and then come back to a completed thought from her. That was my.
Sure. So do any of you have questions for either Jerry Good or Elijah Murphy?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like to start then?
Certainly. So Elijah Murph, you talk about your three most pressing issues and you have four. The completion of Woodland Station is certainly a passion for you in the development of that area. Can you pick two of the other three and just give us your sense of where the tone is in the downtown development district?
Councilman Zuluaga, it's been a hot minute since I wrote that paper. If you could refresh my memory on the other two. I believe one of them was.
You say this. You say, I wish to continue service to the city of Woodland Park via the DDA to assist in seeing the development of Woodland Station to completion and find developers to renovate/rehab existing properties. About your three most pressing issues, you've got 1, development of Woodland Station, 2, renovation of blighted properties, 3, creating a more vibrant business environment, and 4, COVID-19 recovery.
Yes, sir. Blighted properties, we don't have a huge number of them in this town, as the housing market is definitely taken off. A lot of the older buildings are being, residential areas are being taken down. And however, some of the business areas, I would like to see it. The old Gorman Auction Building, for one, would be really nice to see somebody do something with that. However, I do understand the implications. There's about $300,000 worth of improvements that have to be made around that. So finding someone to help with that, I suggested to Colt Simmons that he look at that as a possibility for his brewery school that he would like to establish. As far as developing Woodland Station, Mike Williams is the best thing we have in hand at the moment. However, we are going to be looking, we did discuss during the last meeting how we were going to find a realtor, post a sign, and look for, spread that out across and hopefully across the nation, where we can possibly find other realtors should Mike Williams's project not go through. Let me think, the COVID-19 recovery, that's going to be a tough one. We've lost at least 2 restaurants, if not 3. We don't know if the smokehouse is coming back. Fortunately, Carmen's is opening back up very shortly. However, the downturn, I mean, it did teach me some lessons myself. I would like to see what others are, what other people are going to need help throughout this, and see what we can do about giving them a hand up. So let's see, I covered down, COVID-19. I'm just not going to touch on that one. I've got a really sour taste in my mouth from all this at the end of the day. So it is going to take a lot of work to bring people back to this town and bring people back up and find people who want to enter into that entrepreneurial work. I did talk with the Main Street last board meeting and suggested that we look at a little tighter partnership, that Main Street, should they find anybody who is interested in doing business up here, would point them to the DDA. All right. And that's about all I have for everything at the moment. I'm sorry, I got up really early and drove to Denver.
No, thank you. That was
Nonetheless,
those are my questions. Thank you.
I want to see people work a lot more. I want to see teamwork, and I'd like to see a lot more people working together in a positive fashion to get us down the road.
Thank
Great, thank you. Councilmember Zulawaga, do you want to have your time with, do you have a question for Mr. Good at all?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
So Jerry, we can't see you, but I want to let you know, in reviewing your application, I could hardly read why do I want to serve the DDA? I had to actually get my my magnifying glass out to read. You must have used about 0.6 font or something there. So I did read in it, though. You said, I am actually excited about the future of the DDA. Can you embellish on that and tell us why?
Well, I guess like Murph was saying, that was a while ago, but I'm excited simply because the direction that we're taking, that I think we're all working for the same goal. And I know it sounds like beating a dead horse here, but honestly, we want what's best for the citizens of this community, and sometimes it's butting heads with a big guy or something, but it needs to be done. And we have the makeup on that board to do the right thing. And I think that gives me a little bit of hope for the future excitement.
Thank you very much. No more questions, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Is there any other council member that has questions of the candidates? Councilmember Neal?
It's actually not a question for the candidate. It's a question for Susan. Did somebody say that Mary Jo is not available? Because it has a direct bearing on my vote on one of the particular candidates. What is Mary Jo's status?
Mary Jo is still an active member of the DDA.
Okay, thank you.
With that comment, if I can, Ms. Labar, I just would like to have some guidance, if it's from Jason or whomever, with regards to a same business, two people from the same business that are co-owners, a mother-daughter situation, what that looks like, both of them serving at the same time on this board.
Sure. So the statutes don't specifically address that issue. So I would say that there's nothing that would prohibit that from happening. Much like I'd use an example of technically it is perfectly allowed if two married persons wanted to be on city council at the same time and the voters felt that that was appropriate. So ultimately there's no prohibition against that, but ultimately this is your discretion and your decision.
So it really boils down to more of a perception thing than it does anything else. Just a comment.
All right, if we don't have any further questions of the candidates, I'm going, Councilmember Paff, go ahead.
I just have a quick comment. I mean, it's no more of a perception issue if they're on the DDA than it would be a perception issue if two people who own the same business were council members. I think that's what the city attorney is trying to say.
I did not disagree with that. It was just my comment and my take on it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move forward and ask that if you would, we don't have a tie issue or a too many candidate slot issue, but if you would still be more comfortable giving your answers to Suzanne and then allowing her to read them, that would be fine. Is everyone comfortable with that? Okay.
Just don't know whether he's going to get my vote. So if you don't mind me doing that through Councilwoman Alfieri.
Of course. Sure. Okay. We'll go ahead and do that. If anyone has an issue, holler so we know. We really need Jeopardy music for these moments, you guys.
Okay, guys. And I'm glad Jason's on with us. We may need a little input here. So Case has voted for none. Alfieri has voted for all three. Zuluaga has voted for all three. Neal has voted for Murph and Good. Paff has voted for all three. And Labar has voted for Murph and Good. So Murph has received 5 votes. Good has received 5 votes. And McKenna has received 3 votes.
Just give me 1 second. I'm pulling up the charter to make sure.
I'm
I
glad you are,
have
Jay.
There are some advantages with everybody being remote, so that I can do this on the fly. So
So
just
it's
give me
five,
1 moment,
five,
please.
five and five. Those are obvious. It's the three votes. That's the one that's in question.
All right, so section 7.14 of the charter, voting upon appointments to boards and commissions, states that each candidate receiving a majority of present council members' votes shall be appointed to the board of commission. I think it says or commission is what it's intended to. So I believe 3 votes with 5 person or 6 persons present would not be a majority. But likewise before, if we'd like to continue that appointment to when we have all 7, that would be certainly something council could consider.
Yeah, I don't know if it's an appropriate motion, but I just move that we postpone the filling of remaining vacancies on DDA to some future council meeting.
I second that.
Okay. Labar,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Half,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case.
No.
Okay, that motion carries 5-1. Now I think we need a motion to appoint the 2 that have been selected, which would be Murph and Good.
So
I move that we appoint Elijah Murphy and Jerry Good, reappoint Elijah Murphy and Jerry Good to the DDA board.
I'll second that.
Okay. Neil,
Yes.
Pav,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
No.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1. Congratulations to both of you.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the future.
All right, and then we're going to move forward with the Board of Adjustments, and we will let Suzanne introduce who those candidates are.
Okay, we have 3 spots open on the BOA. We received 2 applications. A lot of it is similar as what I said before. We posted it, all of that. Incumbent Board of Adjustment members Dean Nelson and Jim Rumsey have applied for reappointment. No other applications have been received. The BOA has held 10 meetings through the end of 2020. Mr. Rumsey has been present at all 10 meetings. Mr. Nelson, who was appointed in August of 2020, and the BOA has had 4 meetings since he was appointed, has been at all 4 meetings. I believe they may be with us this evening.
I do see Mr. Nelson, so I'm going to let him come in and speak first. And if you wouldn't mind just giving us a brief reason why you're interested in continuing.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, it was in August of last year, and I was glad to have been appointed to the board by the council at that time. I believe there were two variance situations that were brought forth, and found them extremely interesting. Felt that I did add some benefit to those decisions, and I'd very much like to continue on the board for a full term.
Excellent. I'm going to also bring in Mr. Rumsey, and then we'll let council ask questions. Yeah, let me see if I can find, if Mr. Rumsey, if you can raise your hand, and if not, I may find you before that. All right. Got it. And we're ready.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Jim Rumsey. Moved to Woodland Park in 2018 after being remarried, and noticed at that time there was an opening on the BOA. When I came from Fountain, Colorado, I was the vice chair for their BOA. Then an opening came up in January of 2020. I was appointed as an alternate at that time. Then an opening for a regular member came up in June, and I applied for that and was appointed by the council at that time. I feel that in 2020, we had two variances. We as a team worked very well, and the variances, the way they were decided, came out as a win-win, both for the city as well as the people that came to us with their variances. And I just want to continue to serve for actually a full term, and continue to work on the BOA for the betterment of the city of Woodland Park.
Thank you, Mr. Rumsey. I see that Mr. Ramon, the chair of the board, would like a moment to speak, so I'm going to allow him, and then I'll allow for council questions. So, and Mr. Ramon, if you could raise your hand by chance, you might beat me to finding you in the list.
He's at the he's the JIMWR maybe, I believe. That person has their hand up.
Okay. He's able to unmute himself when he's ready. Let's see.
Uh-oh.
I think I see it. Okay. All right, Mr. Ramon, you should be able to unmute yourself and speak. He's there and pulled up on the screen.
Mayor Pro Tem, this is Sally Riley. I don't believe Mr. Ramon is on the call.
Oh, okay.
We received a message from City Planner Pellegrino that he wanted to speak.
Well, he is not listed as one of the attendees.
Okay. Okay.
All right then. So do I have any council members who have questions? All right, Councilmember Zuluaga, we'll start with you.
My first question is probably for either the attorney or Sally. There's, according to the charter, there's 5 members. They serve 3-year terms, and there's 2 alternates. From what I see, we've got 2 actives that don't expire till 2023. We have 2 alternates that are active that also don't expire till 2023. and we have three who have expired, and the two candidates we have in front of us have those applications. My question is, on the two alternatives, what's the procedure for the elevation of alternatives versus appointing or reappointing of the candidates we have in front of us?
Mr. Zulaga, the alternates will apply to be a regular member, and at that time, then the council can appoint them to a regular member.
So that's a separate process then to fill
Yes,
that third spot?
yes.
Right, and to add for your understanding of how it works is when we have regular members who are either unable to attend or have to recuse for whatever reason, the alternates will sit in on those discussions for those purposes, but otherwise they don't have any voting rights.
Very good. Then, in interest of time, I have no questions for the candidates.
Thank you. Are there any other council members that have questions? Seeing none, if you would like to give your names through chat to Suzanne, that would be great. Thank you.
Once again, is it all right if I cast my vote through Councilwoman Alfieri?
Yes. I can't find the chat. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Looks like we have consensus from the entire council to appoint both applicants.
Excellent.
So we would need a motion.
I'll make a motion to appoint Dean Nelson and Jim Rumsey to the Board of Adjustments.
I'll second it.
Who was the second? I'm sorry.
Rusty Neal.
Thank you, sir. Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. And now we're going to move on to additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda.
There aren't any, ma'am.
All right. And
I would like to suggest that we move the contracts out of the consent calendar. I believe we've done this in the past because there oftentimes tends to be some discussion on and around contracts. And really the consent calendar is just for an up or down vote without discussion. Just something to consider. It seems to be the way we go about doing things with this lately.
I would just remind the council that item D is something that we thoroughly explored, and it is in our budget, just as a point of information.
I see Councilmember Neal has a question.
Yeah, I apologize, Ms. Alfieri. I could not hear you. Would you mind just repeating it, please? I've made my mind louder so I can now hear you.
Yes. I was mentioning that it seems in the past we've considered a number of contracts recently and there has been discussion on them. So I was recommending that we move these contracts out of the consent calendar. That seems to be the process that we've recognized before with these, just because the consent calendar is meant for a simple vote without discussion, just so that we can have it. Seems to be the case lately.
Suzanne, I'm gonna let you respond to that.
So, does any council have any questions on the contracts? Do you agree with that to remove it, or would you like to keep it on the consent? I just need your guidance, council.
I'm good.
I'm fine with where they are.
I'm fine with where they are unless a council member wants to discuss it, and then I would support moving it off.
I believe, but though it was before Councilmember Alfieri was elected, we did have a pretty extensive discussion about this and the urgent need for it. So I'm good with keeping it on the consent calendar, but if someone feels there needs to be discussion, then I don't want to unnecessarily hold it back, but I feel that it was pretty well discussed from my.
I have no objection if she wants to move it off of the consent calendar for discussion. But if you have any specific questions and we could address it, well, no. So it's totally up to you, Councilwoman Alfieri.
And I'm fine if no one else has any questions. It just was something that dawned on me that we have had to do in the past with recent contracts that we've had to consider.
Thank you for that. So tonight, I will present the consent calendar to you. And we have two sets of minutes. We have the approval of the December 3rd, 2020 minutes, the December 17th, 2020 minutes. We have the December 2020 statement of expenditures. We have the contract between the City of Woodland Park and KECI Colorado in the amount of $281,000 and $281,017. And we have the contract between the City of Woodland Park and Haynes Mechanical Systems in the amount of $62,453. We would need a motion to approve the consent calendar if council desires.
I would move to approve the consent calendar as presented.
And
Go ahead and second it, Jim.
okay, I second.
Okay. Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path.
Yes.
Thank you. Consent calendar motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And moving on, we are now at number 6, public comments on items not on the agenda. I am aware of one person at this time who has signed up for item not on the agenda to speak. Suzanne.
Okay, so let's see if she's here. If Muthana Yaqub, and I apologize if I pronounced that incorrectly, if you were here, can you raise your hand for us? Don't see anyone with their hand raised.
Don't see anyone with that name either.
No. Okay.
Don't either. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to raise their hand at this time for a comment on item not on agenda? Seeing none, we're going to move on to unfinished business. And it looks like we have none.
Correct.
All right. So now we're moving on to ordinances on initial postings. And I do have a couple people, I believe, signed up for that. I have, I think, 3 people.
Ma'am?
Yes.
The initial posting is Kip Wiley. The other 3 you have is for our resolution later in the evening.
Okay, good. So we'll go ahead and move forward with Kip then, and then come to those comments when we come to that issue.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm excited to present Council some water shares, purchase of water shares. Here, let me turn my camera on real quick. Also with council's approval, if I could also discuss item 10A as well as 8A, because they go hand in glove, if you will. So if that's all right, I'd like to discuss them both together and just ask for a separate motion or vote on each of those. So before council tonight is ordinance 1390. I did send an email out because that was not in the packet. I can share my screen and bring that ordinance up. So can everybody see my screen? So ordinance 1390 is basically on initial posting is the acceptance of real property for the 1.5 Twin Lakes shares. These shares are held by two different parties, Ryden Jordan with 0.5 or half of a share, and one whole share from Jason Jordan. Any questions on the ordinance that I can answer at this time? Okay, and then item.
Yep, before you do, would you, for the benefit of the rest of council and also for those who are listening, can you give that 5-minute presentation, 2-minute presentation you gave me? It's like, Kip is a very creative guy and he just finds these water shares around the place. Can you tell us your secret and kind of tell us how that process looks like for the city?
It's pretty simple process. You establish relationships with these folks. These two shareholders, I believe, inherited their shares from parents or grandparents, and they come up from time to time. When I say time to time, onesie twosies, as council will recall, I think the largest share or the multiple shares I've purchased at one time or that you've purchased at one time has been 2 from a single party, or 2.3, I believe. But it's interesting the timing of these. It seems like it's always the first of the year. I don't know if these folks like not paying their assessments fees when they come due early on, but they come available. We try not to inflate the market with these shares because they don't go down in price. And as soon as you purchase these, that kind of sets the bar, if you will, for these. I was a little hesitant to bring these to you because it was a slight increase in what we've paid in the past. However, very small increase. So I'm very proud of that fact. We have lost other shares to other parties, mostly developers, for higher bidders, if you will. But Woodland Park doesn't want to inflate the market with these for sure. And these are our most valuable shares. These shares produce the most amount of water out of all of our shares in Twin Lakes. And they also come with storage space. So it's kind of a 2-for-1, if you will. You get the water and you get the storage space to share it. Twin Lakes is our bottleneck. That's where we own the least amount of shares. And that's where we get our water. So when we have to move water around, when I say move water, our other shares are down in Ordway County in Lake Henry and Lake Meredith. Obviously, you can't move water uphill without trucking it, and obviously we don't truck this water. So Twin Lakes is the place to be, and they're extremely important to I'll say our water future. These do not increase our available water; they simply secure our future. Councilmember Zuluaga, is that what you were looking for? Should I go into some more detail?
Yeah, thanks. That's great.
Okay. Resolution under agenda item 10A, resolution 869 is basically the contract for these shares with the two shareholders. You'll see the attached exhibit for the resolution explaining the shareholder and the amount of shares. And that's that same exhibit is with ordinance 1390. Before you tonight is 1.5 Twin Lake shares for a total price of $64,500 paid for out of the 510 fund or the Water Enterprise Fund. Water Enterprise Fund fund balance is healthy, around 5 million at this time. So I'm very confident we can continue with taking advantage of these shares when they do become available. And I do not budget for these because we do not know when they come available. So that's why they come before you as well. So with that, I recommend approval of ordinance 1390 on initial posting and set the public hearing for February 18th, and recommend approval of resolution 869 for the mayor to enter into the contract with the shareholder for the amount of $64,500.
I see Councilmember Alfieri has a question.
Yes, Kip, can you help us understand why one of these is an ordinance and one is a resolution?
Absolutely. So shares are considered both personal and real property. To accept real property, the council, we go through the ordinance process to accept real property. The reason for the resolution is because it's a contract that we have with them, with the shareholder for the purchase price. And Jason can probably go into a little bit more detail if you would like.
Yeah, just to elaborate on the acceptance of real property, our charter requires that that's done by ordinance. Anytime that you have an expenditure contract, especially in this amount, we would have a resolution by council to authorize the contract for that expenditure. So that's why they're two separate items. Let us know if you have any more questions.
I have one more question, if I may. And I don't remember where I saw this, Kip, but you had mentioned that shares have produced less water over the years. Could you expand on that a bit?
So what we typically refer to as in our shares and their production is the yield on that share. So what we've seen over the years is the production or the yield on that share is less and less due to the fact that there's less water in the snow in the high country. So it does affect us when we don't get any snow or how wet that snow is. And what we've seen over the years is we've had projections on our shares to where we used to get about an acre foot of water per share. And to put that into perspective, in Twin Lakes, we have about 196 shares. So you would think 196 acre feet of water. But what we've seen is that number come down to where it's about 0.8 acre feet in a good year, 0.8 to 1 in a good year. And then I've seen it get as low as about 0.4 acre feet a share. So that's why I say it secures our future. It doesn't expand our population or build out. It just secures our future because we do need that snow melt to produce this water. And in an average year, last year we used about 806 acre feet of water. And of that, just over 300, it's about 330, I believe, was this type of water, or this color of water, if you will. So it's very important. Obviously in Twin, we have 196 shares if this is approved tonight. We also own the shares in Lake Henry and Lake Meredith that produce even less because where they are located, there's a lot of evaporation. And then there's also transit losses that occur when you move water down to those reservoirs.
And thus the reason, the more important the shares that we have, as they become less valuable in the volume of water they produce, the more important that we have them.
Correct. Does that answer your question, Councilmember Alfieri?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Looks like there are none, so we need a motion to approve.
I'll move to approve ordinance 1390 series 2021 as presented.
I'll second.
Thank you. Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Council.
We need a motion for resolution 869 as well.
So
I'll
make
move
a-
to approve resolution 869 series 2021 as presented.
I second.
Okay. Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you again.
Thanks, Kip.
Suzanne, I noticed with the approving of 10A, would it be appropriate to let Kip just present now for the water tap?
The reason I would ask that we not do that is we have a customer waiting for his liquor license, and to keep him waiting any longer, I would, Kip's here for the duration no matter what.
Right, got it.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next item on agenda is the consideration of ordinance number 1391. And we'll go ahead and move forward with that. And I believe Suzanne is presenting.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a process that we do every year. It's required by the charter that we declare what our official notification process for the year will be to get our public notices, agendas, and all of that out so the public can see. And last year, it was the city website, and we would like to make the same recommendation that be our formal public notification process, once again, the city website. That being said, that doesn't mean it's the only place that we will put things. We historically, we hang agendas in the police department window when we have special meetings, in the cultural center here at City Hall. We'll continue those processes and procedures, but the main place for posting will be the city website if council approves.
Any questions?
This is just for initial posting as well.
Councilmember Zuluaga?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. When I was researching this, I went back to the charter and I see in section 1512, the procedure for determined instruction of publication. And as I read that, I'm happy to read it in the record. But I then looked at the last year's resolution that was, or it's actually an ordinance that was done by Mayor Levy. And I was struck by the fact that it eliminated a lot of what's in the code. So I did talk with Suzanne and the city manager. So firstly, let me read what section 1512 is, if I may. Notwithstanding any provision in this home rule charter or any city ordinance, code, or regulation requiring publication in this official city newspaper, the city council shall annually determine and declare the instrument, and then in parentheses, instruments, for publication by ordinance. The city council shall find that such instruments which may include the city's website, are currently capable of providing the most information to Woodland Park residents consistent with city budgetary and time constraints. Now, this was approved by the voters in April of 2016. So then when I looked at the ordinance, I saw that it just said the city website. So in talking with Suzanne and the city manager, I suggested that if this language of 1512 was posted where it says public notice on our website, that I personally would feel more comfortable about that rather than just saying it's on the website. This gives the entirety of it because we're changing. We're in a society that's changing, that's going all digital. Some of our more senior residents are more accustomed to seeing things in the newspaper, more accustomed to seeing it at a physical location. So I just think it would be helpful in this transition to really spell that part out.
That is something that the city manager and we had told Councilmember Zuluaga we can do very easily. It's a simple process putting that on the website, and are very willing to do that, and will do it.
Yes, and I would add that we've already begun working on that. We've made a change on the front page of our website. You'll see just below the rotating image that public notices will be posted here, is what it says. If you scroll down just a bit, and you'll always find them there. We are working on a new page to be easily accessible, where you can see all public notices, current and past, there as well.
Thank you.
So we need a motion.
Councilmember Zuluaga?
Sure. I will make a motion. I was just quickly trying to see if I could pull up the website so that you could do it on a share with the people on Zoom so they could actually see where those notices are posted.
We
Um,
can prepare, excuse me, we can prepare for the public hearing, which is the next council meeting. If you'd like, I can have a couple of slides and we can show the public how to access them at that time, if you'd like, sir.
Perfect, perfect. Then I make a motion to consider ordinance 1391, series 2021 on initial posting, declaring the instrument of public notification process and method for the city of Woodland Park for the year 2021 and to set a hearing for February 18th, 2021.
I'll second.
Was that an motion to approve or just consider?
Well, it's posted, it's being posted on the,
Robert, you used the word consider. If you just change your language and to say you make a motion to approve the ordinance on initial posting as
well
presented.
said. So I amend my motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Just for clarification, did we get a second?
We did. I have Zuluaga and Labar being the seconds.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Yes.
Yeah, you can call out. Ellen. Hey, Suzanne, that's two.
Pardon me?
Three strikes, you're out, Suzanne.
What did I do?
That's two where you didn't call someone for their vote.
Oh, I'm all Kelly.
It's okay. I took care
We're
of it.
giving you a hard time. Yeah.
Thank you.
And with ordinances on initial posting, I believe public comment can be heard. If anyone has anything they'd like to say, they're welcome to raise their hand. Not seeing any, I think we're going to move on then. And we are going to have quasi judicial issues come up. So I'm going to read the quasi judicial announcement. Council members' use of electronic devices to access the materials relevant to the public hearing before us. Be assured that it is common practice of the City Council that these devices are not being used for texting, emailing, or other communications during public hearings. And we have, the first one will be the approval of transfer of a retail liquor store license. And we'll go ahead and let Suzanne introduce that.
Thank you. With me this evening, I noticed that he came on at 7, so he's been waiting patiently. I have Rajan Garoon, who is on with us. He has just purchased the liquor store by Safeway that all of you know as Paradise Spirits. He is renaming the liquor store Oasis Liquor. He made his application with the City of Woodland Park on December 18th, 2020. We posted the property on January 4th, did the public notice on January 4th. There's no character issues of this applicant. All of his fees have been paid. He has a current sales tax license, and currently he has a temporary liquor license. Possession of the property is documented by a lease which expires in 2025. Rajong is with us this evening, would love to tell you a little bit about what he's doing and answer any questions that council may have to approve his transfer of a liquor license. Do you see him, Ms. Labar? He's under R.
Oh, I found him.
Thank you.
Pull him in. There we are.
Well, that looks tasty. I'm just kidding.
Hi, Rajang.
We just need him to unmute himself.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Did you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Let me introduce myself. Okay. My name is Rajan Gurung. Originally, I was born in Nepal and raised in Nepal. I started doing my own business since 2001 at Denver, opening a restaurant. Then I moved to Colorado Springs on 2004, opening other restaurant. Now on, I'm running other liquor store here in Parkland, Colorado. Then recently I got the Paradise one. So now I live here in Colorado Springs. I commute every day from here to work there, then a couple of days in a week. I think that's what I need to say. Do you have any more questions on that?
Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Rajan, I have a question for you.
Sure, sir.
Well, you come from the mountains of Nepal. We live in the mountains of Colorado, and you have a name for your liquor store, Oasis. So tell me about that.
Yeah, my youngest son's name is Oasis. So we love to keep a liquor store under his name. That's why we put the name Oasis on the liquor store.
Very good. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome, sir.
Seeing no other questions, we're going to move forward with Suzanne.
Ma'am, first we'll do public comment. We'll open up public comments.
That's right. Do we have any public comment? If so, just raise your hand, please. Seeing none, now we'll move forward.
Motion, anybody?
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer of the retail liquor store license by Ash and Debbie Corp., a DBA Oasis Liquor located at 1099 US Highway 24, Woodland Park, Colorado.
I second.
Okay, thank you. Neil,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, Rajan.
And if I could jump in before we start the next agenda item, just per the council rules of procedures, we're about 8 minutes away from our scheduled break. I don't know if council wants to proceed or take the break at this point.
I could probably do this in 8 minutes.
Okay, let's proceed with this item and then we'll take a break.
Okay, thank you. The next one is very similar to the one that council just approved. It's again another transfer of a liquor license. And this is for the Alta Liquor Store number 6006, which is located at 40 North Highway 67. The Alta stores have been sold statewide, so they're doing 90 of these transfers. The applicant is CF Altitude. They have their current sales tax and ID numbers. They currently have a temporary liquor license. The location is eligible to be licensed. They have a possession of a lease documented all the way till January 31st, 2041. The application was submitted to the clerk's office on January 5th. The subject property was posted on January 14th. The public notice was issued on January 15th. The character of the applicant is a non-issue and all fees have been paid. They do not have a representative tonight because it's a big corporate kind of a transfer.
Okay, so is there any public comment then? If there is, please raise your hand. Looks as though there isn't. Does anyone have a question of Suzanne on council? No? All right, let's make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the transfer of the fermented malt beverage license from Alta number 6006 located at 140 North Highway 67, Woodland Park, Colorado.
I'll second
Second.
that.
That was Alfieri, correct?
It was.
Okay, thank you. Paf,
Oh, yes, I thought I was muted. Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neil.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, council.
Thank you. So before we move on to item C, unless Sally would like to go ahead and present and feels like that would be enough time, we could take a break. Would everyone be okay with just doing about a 5-minute break?
Yes.
I prefer us to take a standard for the 15 minutes since we're at our 2-hour time frame.
Okay,
I agree with that.
that's fine.
How long are we going?
15.
9:10, is that right?
Seems right.
I'm good. I'm good with 10. I mean, I don't know. I'm ready to move on, but whatever the council enjoys.
We'll go ahead and just adjourn for the 15 minutes and return back. So. All right, see you guys in a few minutes. It looks like we have all council members back. Does everyone feel comfortable resuming with the meeting?
Test, test.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. So we were, I believe, at letter C to approve ordinance 1389, and Director Riley is presenting.
Thank you, Council. This item regards the Historical Preservation Committee's terms and bylaws. It is a legislative item that would amend section 2.44.020B of the municipal code and the bylaws of the Historical Preservation Committee in the way of changing a 2-year term to a 4-year term. The reason for this is that back in April of 2020, the voters approved a charter amendment which placed term limits on all appointed committees to a maximum of 8 years or 2 terms. And the Preservation Committee only had 2-year terms. They require that a professional expertise be included on their 5-member board, 40%, in order to maintain the CLG status, which is certified local government. And so therefore, staff and the Historical Preservation Committee recommends approval of ordinance 1389. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Council, any questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to open up to the public for any questions. If you have a question, please raise your hand or want to participate. I'm not seeing any hands raised. So if we could have a motion on this ordinance.
I move that we approve ordinance number 1389 series 2020 to amend section 2.44.020B and to amend the Historical Preservation Committee bylaws, specifically Article 2 membership, section 2 appointment and term of office, to establish 4-year terms.
Go ahead, Robert.
Someone going to who seconded that?
Rusty.
Okay, so we have Neil as the second. Thank you. Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Path.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, and moving on to new business. We've already done 10A, so we're going to move on to 10B. And Suzanne is also the presenter of that.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is just a quick memo that needs council approval, and I was actually directed by council to do this. As council knows, you have given the clerk the authority to approve any alcohol in Memorial Park. And when I do those approvals, part of the process is I send them to you, so you know the activities that are going on in the park and which ones have been approved for liquor. Every year we have the same individual that comes to us to do one at Meadowwood Sports Complex. He does the hockey tournament. Every single year he comes before us, and council had asked that we make it mainstream where I would be able to approve that one internally. So this is just a memo to you asking you for permission to allow the city clerk's office to do that. And we would need a motion to say it's okay.
Required public.
Sure.
No, I don't know. I'm just asking. The Mayor Pro Tem.
Are you asking for the motion at this point, Suzanne?
Yeah, or a council, even a consensus would be okay if I can have a council consensus that allows me to do this. If I can just see a show of 6 hands saying it's okay, that would be great.
I agree with this.
That's 6 out of 6.
Thank you. We can move on. Appreciate it.
We have Kip Wiley once again.
Thank you. Thanks for trying to get me in a little earlier. I appreciate that. Before council is resolution 870. This is the annual single family tap allotment for the year. The water tap management plan basically dictates us to establish, or council to establish, the annual taps for the year. This way our growth stays compatible with our water supply. So before council tonight, resolution 870, establishing the water tap allotment for 2021 at 72 taps. The taps are determined based off our available water and our existing commitments. So every year I run a calculation where we have X amount of water available, we serve X amount of taps, therefore creating the difference of how many taps we have, and then moving forward. This year, the 72 is 4 taps less than last year's 76, and that number will continue to ratchet down as we sell more taps until we develop more water. So we do have plans to develop additional water once the city expands to those areas, so we can install those wells and put in the infrastructure when the development is occurring to have the least amount of impact. We don't want to be too far ahead of the game to where we're installing infrastructure and that would hinder development in the future. So to put this into perspective, over the last 6 years, we've averaged about 32 taps a year. So when I first started in 2012, we were at a single 5 taps sold that year. In 2020, we ended up with 38 single family taps sold. In 2019, we're at 28 taps sold, and then so on and so forth. If council has any questions, I can answer those. Otherwise, I recommend approval of resolution 870.
Council, any questions or comments? Seeing none, do we have any questions from the audience? Also seeing none, so if we could have a motion to approve, please.
I move that we.
Go ahead, Jim.
Resolution number 870 series 2021, a resolution establishing single family residential water tap allotment for 2021.
Seconded.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Neal,
Yes.
Path,
Yes.
Zulawaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. All right, up next we have another resolution, 871. I'd like to remind council we do have people who have signed up for public comment. And I know that this is a topic I think every council member wants a moment to speak on, but I would urge you to be mindful of your time for the sake of public comment. The guests have been waiting patiently to have their chance, and I don't want to keep them waiting a lot longer. And I'm going to go ahead and start the comments with council if there's someone who would like to begin.
Can someone introduce the resolution and what it is for the record?
Sure, I'll do that. Sorry. It is a resolution number 871, series 2021, a resolution reasserting the rights of the city of Woodland Park and its residents and condemning the unconstitutional limitations imposed upon their freedoms by the governor of Colorado. And actually, it's Councilmember Alfieri, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to let you begin.
Yeah, I can say a few words on it. I introduced this to council along with Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre. This was something that came about. The town of Monument passed a similar resolution at the beginning of this month. It has become quite clear over the last year the impact, the very negative impacts that these mandates and restrictions have had on our community and communities across the country. It impacts people's finances, it impacts their livelihoods, it impacts their education, it impacts their safety in and out of the home. It impacts basically every aspect of our lives. Monument has a movement going to pass these to stand up for its citizens' rights and its businesses' rights, to finally take back control from these executive orders. So I was quite happy to bring this forward to council, and I look forward to passing it tonight.
Would anyone like to speak next?
I'll have a go. So we have had an incredible amount of interest from the community. First, I want to thank all of you who have expressed your concerns on a for the amendment or for the resolution, I'm sorry, and those of you who have spoken a plea to reject the resolution. I have to say that I have spent a great deal of time as a student of the Constitution, both the United States Constitution and now recently Colorado's Constitution. And when I first saw this whole emergency executive order come down last March, I'm like most of us, oh, okay, this might be really serious. We need to batten down the hatches. And for our county, Woodland Park has not been directly involved in the public safety, in the securing safe zones, in decontamination, and all of the things that were necessary at the very beginning. And Teller County did a fabulous job in, I would term it, surrounding the wagons, a very excellent defensive approach. In fact, I think we had people come in from around the state to look at the very excellent way that our county secured the perimeter for our county, and to let's make sure that this wasn't going to take over us. Well, then I watched month after month after month an executive order being issued from the governor, flying in the face of our United States Constitution and in the face of our Colorado Constitution. Now, our legislators did give the governor this emergency power a number of years ago. It was put on the books a number of years ago. And it's clear that they hadn't factored for the unintended consequences of a governor going beyond the bounds of his authority. The way the Constitution works is that he gets emergency power and it's for 30 days. Well, he then needs to come back to the state House and Senate to get approval. Well, that has not happened. It hasn't happened, and there's a number of political reasons for that. The House and the Senate are stacked in with a political affinity the same as the governors. But each one of us then have had to be subjected to their determinations. Instead of making responsible decisions for our own families, our own children, our own businesses, we have been subject to an ever-changing set of rules that are, the control is not at a local level. So how does somebody in Denver know what's happening up here in the mountain? So there's all sorts of debate about whether the science is this way or the science is that way, whether the numbers are this way or the numbers are that way. And that is certainly the subject of a lot of discussion and a lot of personal opinion. But the fundamental violations of our constitutional rights, which make us different than every other country in the world, is that we have a right to self-determination. We have a right to the fruit of our labor. We have the right to work. Where is it that a governor, or even from a national level, can determine which one of you have a right to work and are an essential service, and which one of you are non-essential? Excuse me, providing for my family is an essential service. And so to pick for a governing body to pick winners and losers in our community is just so bizarre. It's way outside the bounds. I have to say that when this resolution came across my desk, I skipped, my heart skipped. It's like, oh, at last, finally. I've been looking for what it's going to take for our citizens to take on the personal responsibility of their own health, their own family, their own finances, and their own business. Nice as it is to get a check from the federal government, I'd much prefer to go out and work and bring home my livelihood for my family without having to put a hand out for the government. The government is not my solution. The government is there to represent we the people, and I have seen such an abuse of this. It deeply concerns me. Now, for those of you who are concerned about the health risks of people making their own responsibilities in our community, I would propose this. We respect one another. If you feel the need to conduct your business a certain way, there's guidelines, there's state guidelines. We are not in Woodland Park saying that the state doesn't have the right to come in because of the laws and hold businesses accountable at some level or other. And we're not saying that. We're saying you have the responsibility to manage your affairs, your business, your family, your children, as you determine is safe, as you determine is reasonable. To have it imposed by somebody else it's constitutionally wrong, it's morally wrong, and it is hindering our lifestyle tremendously. Murph spoke, or Elijah Murphy spoke earlier about the DDA and the businesses that are closing. I met a guy the other day who's got an art store. He couldn't even speak. He was so upset with the way things are, and he has to close his doors. So it's challenging for us to trust that we can manage our own affairs. The statistics are now out. 99.7% of us who are under the age of 70 survive this coronavirus. Those who are over 70 survive this at a 95% rate. Yes, coronavirus hits us. Many of us have had it and survived it. But it shouldn't stop us living, shouldn't stop us working as a community together, respecting each other, building relationships. Some of the relationships now that are digital and faceless are just not helpful for us as a community. And I'm just very excited to see that we have the opportunity to release each of you to be self-responsible and to see that around the state, there is such a flurry of this same rising up that people are going, we want our lives back. So we're giving you an opportunity in Woodland Park to get your life back. Doesn't mean that we're going to disrespect one another. It doesn't mean that we're taking a position where whether you wear a mask or don't wear a mask. That is entirely something that is of a personal decision, a personal nature. So the entire resolution that's before you is to give us an opportunity to say, let's move forward.
Thank you, Councilmember Zuluaga. Councilmember Neal, would you like to go next?
Yeah, please forgive me for being a little tired. A couple council members are aware of what ordeal I've gone through today with my wife, surgery. I'm tired. So let me begin. When I first got this resolution, I too was aghast, like Robert, but probably in the opposite manner. Then I started listening to the comments that all council members have been flooded with, which I had to somehow find time to start pouring into it. And when we talk about the constitutionality or unconstitutionality, I first started attacking, okay, what is constitutional and unconstitutional about different parts of it? And what I find in one of the paragraphs in the resolution, I found where I was struggling and why we have half the citizens saying one thing and the other half saying something exactly the opposite. And they're both right and they're both wrong. And the part of the resolution that bothered me is where, because I do agree with, we need to get the businesses open, which falls under part of this, the part where we say the city of Woodland Park will not abide by any executive orders limiting attendance. But then what we continued on with, and free speech. And that's where I found the flaw in the resolution, where I feel that almost 100% of the people would agree with part of that, the limiting attendance, because we want our businesses open. And then the part about the free speech, where we have a huge, I mean, if you go by the survey that was conducted, the recovery survey, where 70% of the people said, we want our safety. Well, that falls under what we've twisted the free speech, which has become kind of a mutation, as I read this, with people defying the wearing of the mask and the social distancing. So I tried to figure out what is our Supreme Court, who's the ultimate arbitrator, said about all this. And I was able to locate 3 Supreme Court rulings that kind of guided my thoughts on the mask wearing. It's an 18th, I'm not going to go into great depth because it's late, but I'll give the citation. It's 1824, which was the landmark Supreme Court case, Gibbons v. Ogden, which basically clarified where the authority to take care of the citizens, the policing clause is what it falls under in the 14th Amendment. And it was ruled that it belongs to the states / the governor. And the case basically said, in cases of epidemics, he has the authority, the governors have the authority to isolate and quarantine. I said, okay, got that. What else? And then I found the 1905 US Supreme Court ruling, Jacobson v. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where the Supreme Court went so far as to say that the authority of the governors is massive. He can make vaccinations mandatory. It was done in 1905 with a smallpox outbreak up in Massachusetts, where the courts ruled that the government can force smallpox vaccinations. So when I read those 2, I said, okay, so wearing of the mask is clearly constitutional. So this free speech, the mask violates my free speech, I couldn't buy into, and it's not supported by the Supreme Court's rulings. But the other part of that sentence, limiting attendance, closing the buildings, and I had a little bit of a discussion with Hillary, I think it was yesterday, Hillary, when we spoke about, closing the businesses. It really falls under the taking portion of the Constitution. It's the 5th Amendment, the taking clause. And you get into how long can the governor do something? How long can they close? Well, the Supreme Court ruled, I can't tell you how long he can go. I can tell you what the Supreme Court has ruled is considered temporary, hence not a taking. The Tahoe/Sierra Preservation Council v. Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, which is a 2002. And Robert, I'll send these out to the council members, and I'll somehow try to share these three Supreme Court rulings. I can't tell you how long it will go, but in that case, they ruled that a 32-month mandatory closure was still considered temporary and hence not a taking yet. So we haven't crossed the threshold in my mind that the governor has been unconstitutional on some things, but at the other end of the spectrum, I read the November 2020 Supreme Court ruling, and I'm going to go by memory, and again, I'm sleepy. I think it was the High Plains Harvest Church v. Colorado, where the Supreme Court ruled in favor that the governor cannot limit attendance at churches. I think we have a valid argument that could be extended to all businesses. So I would like to see the resolution modified. I would love to see I'd love to vote yes. I can't vote yes with it when it has the free speech, because that's not unconstitutional from my readings of Supreme Court determinations. But in terms of executive orders limiting attendance, I think we have a very valid point, and I'd be happy to work with council on modifying the language a little bit so that we are really representing all of the citizens. I think they want their safety, but they want their businesses open. And I think I do disagree. Well, it's not, I think. I do disagree with the position that the individuals know what's best, because the Supreme Court has ruled that the community has the right to protect itself against an epidemic of disease which threatens the safety of the members. So the governments do have the right to intervene to protect everybody. It should not be left to individuals, because clearly some individuals don't care, and whether they're a spreader or not, they don't know. That's the issue. Everybody says you can't quarantine and you can't isolate healthy people. The problem with this disease is you don't know who's healthy until it's too late. They've already been spreading. So as of right now, I'd have to vote no, but I would like to work with the council members that are more inclined to vote yes on this, to change the language so it's completely truthful, that everything we say in here is accurate. So when we say that this is not constitutional, it is truly not constitutional. But where we say something that is not constitutional, where there are Supreme Court cases that say that it is, I'd like to see some of that language removed. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre.
Thank you, Councilmember Neal. I have a feeling that Jason is squirming in his chair over this, and I'd like for him to chime in, but I'm going to let Councilmember Path speak. And just as a reminder, I've been setting the time at about 10 minutes for everyone. So far, you've all fallen under 10 minutes, but if you go over 10, I will interrupt for the sake of time. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be as brief as possible on this. Just one quick counter to Councilmember Neal's discussion. Ogden v. Gibbons has little to no reference to this situation at all. It's a basic Commerce Clause case that determined, although it had broader actual implication, determined whether and what types of regulations the federal government could give for the use of ports that were run by the federal government. And so it was mostly a maritime case. Famously, Daniel Webster was on the losing side of the argument in that case. It has nothing at all significant to do with this, because this is a commerce situation. Secondly, another quick counter, quarantine and isolation are both by definition limited in scope and targeted towards people who are sick. And with all due respect to council member Case, if we don't know that someone's sick, then isolation quarantine does not apply, period. Both in terms of general definition and according to the law in most states. So let me make some quick comments that I have prepared.
I have not commented, sir. I think maybe you're thinking of someone.
I accidentally said Case. I meant Neil. So anyway, all council members know that the vast majority of community feedback is in favor of the resolution, as largely every council member has been copied on most of the communication that's been coming to the council. It's a vast majority of support from what we've received by email. So I think we've heard from the public on this very clearly. I believe we need to take COVID seriously. People are being greatly harmed when they get it. So we should all respect one another and help one another deal with this serious virus. What we don't need is the government telling us how to deal with it. The government may have a scope of emergency powers over issues of quarantine and isolation, where hot spots and situations are there. For example, early on, Aspen and Vail were getting a number of COVID cases. It would have been appropriate to direct state requirements to those specific areas at that time. And of course, things have changed along the way. But the federal government, constitutionally and otherwise, does not have the authority to make broad-based requirements throughout an entire state. It is really quarantine and isolation that they should be limited to. I do not believe, and this will be a surprise to some who know my political credentials through the years, I do not believe the governor has been acting in his political interest in this. I believe, knowing the governor very well, I believe that he's been trying to find a way to deal with this situation and try to protect the citizens of the state. I just believe that the approaches that he's taken have been wrong, but I think he's been trying to use his best judgment. State law wrongly gives the governor the ability to renew a 30-day emergency order without a need to return to the legislature for that renewal. That's a flaw in our law. We're a rare state that he actually does have the authority to renew these orders. I believe it violates our state constitution, and that's an argument that would have to be adjudicated in court, and should be. It's not only unwise, but it bypasses the Constitution. And I think that that's wrong, but I don't detect animus from the governor. I may have some bias there because I do know him and I have some personal respect for him, even though I disagree with him politically quite strongly on many issues. The state law, unfortunately, and I believe unconstitutionally, grants the governor this ability, and I just think we need to address that. And that's why a resolution is a very good vehicle within which to do that. Businesses around the state are suffering greatly. We are literally putting businesses out of business. And as is common with most government or general provisions of law, favor large businesses over small businesses. We have seen this particularly in our own town, where Walmart and the grocery stores have remained open, and competing businesses, whether they compete fully or partially, have been required to shut down. And our small businesses in this town are suffering greatly. And the benefit goes, and I'm not saying they lobbied for it, but the benefit went to the larger businesses. So we've got to take a firm stand on this, and we probably should have done it earlier, but we definitely need to do it now. The resolution rightly states what authority we have and what authority remains to the state. So even though there may be disagreements on how we address that, we recognize clearly and fully in this ordinance that there are certain powers reserved to the state that we can do nothing directly about. But that does not mitigate any necessity on our part to clarify to the state authorities what our concerns are and as a home rule city in particular, to assert those things firmly, which we are doing in this. Lastly, this is consistent with federal constitutional law in the requirements of the 14th Amendment, which require that equal protection should be held under the law. The application of restrictions that have been placed, not just in this state, but in many other states against individuals and businesses, has not been equally applied. And the general questions of, and the mantra, follow the science, to be candid, we haven't been following the science almost anywhere in this country. The science shows that the risk in terms of the entire population that get this is that 99% of people survive. The real risk, where it drops down as low as nearly 97+%, is in elderly people or older people, particularly in their late 60s and older. The average death age for people nationwide, these are CDC numbers, is well above the average death under any circumstance. So that's horrible that that's happened, and we hate to see what is taking place there. But we are following the science in this, and we're trying to allow for people to be free. So I rise in support of the ordinance. I think it's balanced, and I think it limits what we're trying to do into the proper scope of the law while making a firm statement that we need to make. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. Councilwoman Case, would you like to go?
Thank you, Hillary. I'm not going to point out, I'm not going to point at or try to degrade any other council members' comments or thoughts, because they're all valid. And I'm just, it's a deliberation, and I think we're all trying to share our thoughts. I'm going to express my thoughts and I'm not putting any business out. I don't want any business to be unsuccessful. I have been working hard to get out there and support those businesses. I tip the waiters and waitresses 50 to 100%. I do everything I can, because I fortunately have not been, although early on was, but I have not been affected the way a lot of folks have been. And it's not just about the businesses, it's about the folks in our community. I intentionally support them, and I support everybody. It's the wrong time. We're turning a corner. We have come a long way from the way it was. A lot of people have lost our lives. We have one of our comrades, and our mayor is struggling and has been fighting this in the hospital. A lot of people have family members that have lost their lives. And just because they're 70 or over doesn't make it any less important or any less impactful to people who are losing their family members. And believe me, personally, I've said it myself. I am ready to get on with it. I'm ready to get on with my life, as each and every one of us are, but not at the cost of even one person that's important to one family member, one child, one grandmother, not one of them. And I know that I can't save the world, and I don't want to try, because that's on our good Lord. But just information I'd like to share from one of our new county commissioners that was shared with me yesterday is that the new dial, feel about it as you may, the 5-star program and our performance here in Teller County that all of you have talked about, we've done a great job. We'll open things up in the very near future. This is not my words. This is someone that's been on the front line since the beginning of this whole thing. Cripple Creek received 200 vials. And this hospital on Tuesday received 900 vials. That's not 900 vaccines. That's 900 vials. And it's going to get better. Okay? It's going to get better. We're turning a corner. And with that, as an elected, and like I said, I want things to open up. I've been saying it for a long time. I'm ready. You're ready. Everybody's ready to get on with living. And it will come. But I was elected, and my responsibility is the health, safety, and welfare of everyone in this community. And I reach further as a human being to all of us in Teller County. Our neighbors, they're our partners, folks. They're our partners. We need them. The county, Cripple Creek, Victor, Divide, we all work together. Florissant, Lake George, we all work together for everyone. We all want to get better, and we all want to party on, Garth. We want to have a good time. I want to go to a concert, but not at the cost of another life. And so it's my responsibility, no matter what I feel personally, to look out for the health, safety, and welfare of our citizens, not just our businesses, but all of our citizens as well. And I got all the emails that everyone's referenced, and I read every single one of them. I got a lot of them too, from a lot of folks, and my phone's blowing up from a lot of those folks right now, because there's a lot of people watching, and they're concerned because we are turning a corner. And it's going to get better. So why do we want to set a bomb and blow it up? Why would we do that? I appeal to your good sense and your care of others and the man next door and the people you live with. And that's just another point of view. I don't want anybody to, like I said, this is my opinion. It's not wrong. It's mine. And I want to share it with you because I'm looking at not only the emails that we got, but I'm also looking at the people that have texted me, called me, expressing their concern because they've gone for 10 months working hard to get where we're almost at, to throw in the hat now. So that's all I have to say. And I'm not lecturing, I'm just sharing a completely different point of view. Because I know that I would be very sad if someone I loved contracted this disease, because it's hard. It's hard. Our mayor's been fighting for a month, and I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but it's not selective, and it could be you that gets the bad one. So just think about it, and I will not be supporting the resolution. And it's not because I'm going against what anyone has asked me to do. I'm looking in my heart of what's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Case. Councilmember Alfieri, I gave everyone about 10 minutes. Everybody went just about under, and you had only taken about 3. If there's something you'd like to say, I'd welcome you to.
Yes, thank you. So there's a number of things I would want to touch on that I've made notations about. First, to Councilmember Neal's comments regarding the lack of the freedom of speech. I think we have a very good example here tonight. Marty McKenna, due to the restrictions from these executive orders and mandates, was not able to even speak to her council members about being appointed to a board. If that is not an example of where it's affecting freedom of speech, I don't know what is. How many other citizens do we have out there that aren't able to engage with us? We've seen the issues through this Zoom meeting all night of council members not being able to hear each other and talk to each other, and citizens not being able to engage with us. That is an issue of freedom of speech if they're not able to be able to express themselves in this forum. the other thing is in talking about the constitutional versus unconstitutional that Councilmember Neal mentioned. Ultimately, this is a statement. We all get the statement it's making. Some would like to dive into the nuances of it in order to pull it apart and find reasons not to make the statement. It is clear what we were saying. We are standing up for the rights of our citizens and our businesses. At this point, suggest some amendments, make some changes to it, pass it now, and we can amend it later on. We can amend it at every meeting, each meeting until this ends. I would vote on this 1,000 times with 1,000 different words, 1,000 different verbiages, 1,000 different types of language that still express the same sentiment, starting every council meeting, reaffirming this idea right here. There is no reason that we need to tweak verbiage here or there. We've made it clear here tonight. Council has no authority to overturn these mandates. It provides no protection to individuals or businesses who choose to negate those mandates. But what it does do is send a very clear message that everyone has the right to live their lives as they choose, operate their businesses as they choose, and do with their personal property as they choose. To say that we have to be stewards of everyone's health, safety, and welfare. As elected officials, our biggest role is to protect everyone's rights equally and let them choose for themselves how they best provide for their health, safety, and welfare so that they can go out and make a living for themselves and decide for themselves how they will conduct themselves in their lives. Councilmember Case mentioned she really wants to go to a concert, but it's not worth risking other people's lives for. And she has the right to choose that. That's her choice. But it doesn't mean it has to be somebody else's choice, and it shouldn't be dictated by the government to make those choices for anyone else. There is no reason to hold off in passing this because of a few modifications to verbiage. This cannot be enforced. We have no authority to do it, but we can send a clear message, and tweaking some words here or there, changing some verbiage here or there does not change the effect of the message that is being sent by this. We have a duty to stand up and protect the rights of all of our citizens. That is our biggest endeavor as elected officials, and allow them to go about their lives as they choose. That's the comments I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Alfieri. Once again, I have a feeling Jason is squirming in his seat, waiting to participate. I'm going to take a moment. I just want to say 3 things. One is I don't think that people realize I am actually a very high risk person for this virus. I did already have it in January and made it through. A year ago, I had suggested that we make all businesses essential or find a way to keep them open. So I wholeheartedly agree with this resolution. And I want people to know that I understand the health risks. I'm a high risk. My mother's 85. She lives with us. She just got her first vaccine. However, my husband is an international pilot. He was in the hot zones when the virus was out, and the government made it seem as though I had to choose between allowing him back in my home or not because it was so dangerous. And there was no way I wasn't going to let him come home. So we had to choose to be exposed to the risk just out of our daily lives. So I do take this seriously. I pay attention to both sides because it does happen to be divided, and I think it's unfortunate. I wish that we could extend this until the mayor was back. I would really appreciate his participation in this topic, and I wish that we could do that for his sake. I do think this is a very important topic. That's part of why I wanted it introduced with Councilmember Alfieri. I think it's a very important discussion for our community, but I do think that his participation would be valuable. The other thing I'd like to bring up is, originally, I agree wholeheartedly with Councilmember Alfieri in the language. However, after speaking with several city attorneys and the mayor of Monument who helped write this, they have suggested that there should be some language tweaked so that it is easily understood that we do not have any legal authority with this resolution to protect our businesses should they abide by the therefore stance, that we will not abide by any executive orders limiting us. It puts us in a little bit of a legal conundrum should a business decide that they're going to open 100% and not have masks if they are under the guise of county or state by a license in any way. They can lose that and we cannot legally defend them. We don't have the means nor the assets. And there's going to be this juxtaposition of, but the city said I could, but you're telling me I can't. And so I am interested in correcting some of the language to make it less vague and more apparent that yes, I think the majority of council believes strongly in limited government. I think that we believe this is an overreach and we would like to see businesses and citizens live their lives freely, 100%. I don't think I would have had the hangups, but for the conversations I had. And I do think that modifying the language would help us legally. And that's coming from a legal perspective. And having that feedback from people who wrote this resolution and fellow city attorneys. On that note, I'm going to ask if Jason may like to chime in and allow him to speak.
I've got nothing. I'm just kidding. I'll try to keep it brief. I know it's already late in the evening, and I think there's been a lot of phenomenal points that have been made by various council members this evening. And ultimately, I guess all I would add to the discussion is, I think from my perspective, this is a very difficult and unsettled issue. And it's not terribly clear at this point what is constitutional or what at least the courts will uphold. And that's kind of been my stance throughout this entire process, as council is aware, is we don't know exactly where this dust will settle. I do want to echo some of the concerns that the Mayor Pro Tem just stated, that we want to make sure we're clear in how we're presenting this to the community so that people aren't relying on these statements to their detriment. Ultimately, this is council's prerogative as you see fit to pass whatever resolutions you would like to do. But I think that it might help our community to make sure they understand exactly what it is we can and can't do and what we will or won't do. So that way they can make sure they're making an educated decision on how they're going to proceed forward. So that's all I would add to the discussion, unless anybody has any further questions for me specifically.
Any questions? Sure, Councilmember Zuluaga.
Yes, thank you. Jason, you have had an opportunity to review this in advance of tonight, and you've given, well, will you please tell us what your conclusion was to council in the time preceding up to this evening? Did you see, I'll be more specific in my question, did you see anything in it that you alerted any of us to in advance of tonight?
No, and I apologize for not getting any additional information in advance. As council's aware, I was out much of last week dealing with a funeral in the family. So I've been spending the last couple of days trying to get caught up with that. So I apologize for not sending a legal memo to council on this particular subject.
If I may comment, when I asked if there was a need for review of this, I was told there was no need for review. You had already seen it. Ordinances always need attorney review because they are, quote, laws and become permanent. Resolutions are not. That was, what, 3 days ago? There were no comments at that point or concerns expressed regarding the language of this.
I might add that and reiterate the fact that this is a resolution, one, but two, most of the therefores are specifically stating where we don't have authority, which I think quite clearly makes the case that we understand this does not have force of law and that we are resolving certain things as our stated support for the community. So I think, and then adding to that, the discussion that we're having right now in this meeting, which is part of the public record, I think we're showing that that's quite the case. If the mayor of Monument had some concerns, been great to have that, since people were investigating it and they could have very easily made it clear. That's very odd. And I know, Jason, that you've been busy this last week, and we certainly have sympathy for that, but it would be very good to know tonight if there is something specifically fatal about this. I don't see it. I don't claim to be a lawyer, but I certainly don't see the fatal aspects of this. And I've been dealing with resolutions and stuff for most of my career, and I just can't see it. I think we've taken deep and purposeful steps for those who authored this to state that this is not legislative authority, and we recognize where the boundaries wherein we do not have authority. So that's what I'd have to say.
And I apologize, Council Alfieri. I don't recall a communication with you earlier this week on this subject. But either way, to Oliver's point, this is your prerogative as council, is what you would like to do from a resolution standpoint. And perhaps my concerns are more about the messaging of the moving forward, if and when this passes, or however that ends up, so that it's clear to the citizens what it means. And whether that's a language change in the resolution itself, or just how we proceed in messaging it to the public, we can certainly handle those concerns. But I believe you're right. This is council's prerogative, and I'm not here to step in the way one way or the other.
Yeah, I just can't see how we need to be or could be more explicit. So.
Agreed.
Well, some of the feedback that I received, Councilmember Zulawaga also received, and I asked him about that, with the mayor of Monument stating that he felt that the directive was fairly broad and it did cause confusion in the community. And he recommended that we tighten up the language. And that was his recommendation. And I do agree. And I know that Stephanie worked hard at proofing it and getting it done. And I agreed with her at the time. I agree with the resolution, but I do see some fallacies in the language, having been trained legally. I also see where, it says state, but it does not mention county authority, and county does hold licensing authority for food over our restaurants, and it's not mentioned in there. And the language is rather broad. And the reason I didn't want to correct any of this privately between Council members Alfieri and I was, I think that it's worth discussing on the dais with everyone and letting the community hear, and to hear our concerns and, our pros and cons. So I do take issue with some of the language being too broad. I do think it needs to be refined, and I would really appreciate the mayor's participation in this topic. And that's where I stand. And I know that we have people signed up for comment, and I'd like to go ahead and move on to them so that they can participate. They've been patiently waiting. So we're going to go ahead and move forward with that. And I see that hands are raised, and I'm going to go in order of the hands raised. Also,
Mayor Pro Tem Barr?
Yes.
Barr, I think that you should, a suggestion, you have your sign up sheet for public comments.
Right.
They sent those in first before the hands were raised.
Thank you for reminding me that. And
You're
also to give everyone about 5 minutes to speak. So I'm going to start with Mike Nakai. If you could raise your hand so that I can let you into the discussion, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. I'll be brief. I don't think I'll need near the 5 minutes. The very first statement on this topic from Councilmember Zuluaga talked about unintended consequences. While in general, I support this type of personal responsibility guideline, I just wanted the council to consider possible unintended consequences. The events of January 6th last month personally gave me pause. And my takeaway is that the words and actions of government officials, while well-intended, may have unintended consequences. I ask each of you to consider this in your decision. Even though this is only a resolution, as Councilmember Alfieri stated here tonight, we are sending a clear message to the businesses in our community. Most of these questions I'm going to direct towards the city attorney. But in general, I guess the council could consider that, for example, is it possible that the state could have unfavorable decisions on current or future variances to the remainder of Teller County by the actions that you guys take here tonight? Another question for the city attorney is, do you think this resolution provides the city with adequate protection against litigation from someone who gets sick in an establishment that opens up fully in direct response to this resolution? Similar question is, what about litigation from a business which is closed or unlicensed due to action from the state or the county? Are we protected against litigation from that business owner? Again, due to our guidance. It is my understanding that the city carries liability insurance for the city and these council members against such litigation. Are you confident that the fine print in our policy does not exclude this coverage if the actions are considered, I'm going to use the word unlawful, but for lack of a better word, you know, I think we've agreed this is not a law, but this action, if it is considered contrary to something that the insurance company may consider as a reason to exclude the coverage, could the insurance carrier even cancel our policy because of, you know, this kind of guidance that we're giving that's contrary to the state guidelines? So that's the sum of my questions. For the city attorney, if you don't have answers on those now, you know, perhaps you guys might want to consider that before, again, going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nakai. Jason, would you like to respond?
Sure. I guess, as you know, I'm always uncomfortable giving legal advice in public settings because that's generally against what attorney-client privilege is for. With that said, I think it's important to address a couple of general principles that may or may not be applicable. Generally speaking, we as a governmental entity are protected or immune from lawsuits that could lie in tort. Is generally the way that the law reads. There are some very specific exceptions to that. I would imagine, shooting from the hip, that we would have governmental immunity for these types of claims if that were to occur. Our coverage with CIRSA does involve council members acting within their authority, and as I mentioned earlier, I believe that council does have the right to make these resolutions and statements if they so choose. And so I don't know that those would be liability issues. If they are, I would imagine they would be relatively small. To the point of what does this impact have with our relationship with the state and county in future dealings, that is a little bit more unknown. Something certainly that the city council should consider as you digest this opportunity.
Thank you, Jason. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Carl Anderson. He's next on the list. If he could raise his hand if he's present. Let's see, I'm not seeing Carl. I see that Shannon is here and present with her hand up. And nope, she just disappeared. Oh, there she is again. I'm going to go ahead and go to Bob Volpe, and then I'll come back to Shannon. She may have her hand up on behalf of Carl. So Bob Volpe, I'm going to bring you in.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, I'm here to speak against this resolution 871. This poorly worded and misleading resolution is hypocritical and likely illegal, and if passed, may result in penalties and loss of business licenses in our community. All three of the cases cited in the resolution involve the rights of assembly and freedom of speech. None of these examples take into account public safety. The resolution quotes Section 3 of Colorado Constitution, inalienable rights, which the last phrase of that part of the Constitution reads, obtaining their safety and happiness. The safety mentioned here includes the right of citizens to be protected from specific dangers, which include protection from a dangerous virus. As an example, there have been many protests against mask mandates, and citizens have the right to do so. Setting aside the conspiracy theories and disinformation that seem to pervade these protests, participants are joined by a fierce attachment to individual liberty. They believe mask mandates sacrifice individual liberty. It is easy to understand why. Mask mandates use the coercive power of the state to require a person to do something that they would otherwise choose not to do, like stop at stop signs. And it seems to follow that a person's liberty is compromised by such interference. The concept that freedom is non-interference underpins the anti-mask movement that has the virtue of simplicity. It allows us to apply an easy metric to test our freedom. If our choices are interfered with, then we are less free. But this is correct. But if this is correct, why wearing masks is so troubling given the wide interference of other choices, like laws, traffic laws, and things like that. Freedom depends on procedural mechanisms which prevent the power of the state being chained to the private will of a single person or a group. If mask mandates meet these procedural requirements, then they cannot be said to violate personal liberties, period. You all have the resolution in front of you, and one of my major objections to this resolution is that the resolution declares the governor to be guilty of tyranny. This is hyperbolic and stinks of partisan vindictiveness. Section 25 of the state constitution guarantees the right to due process of law. There are pending lawsuits against the governor regarding the issues drawn in this resolution. To deprive the governor of the right to complete the due process under Section 25 of the Constitution is a violation of his rights. Under the 10th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and the U.S. Supreme Court decisions over nearly 200 years, state governments have the primary authority to control the spread of dangerous diseases within their jurisdictions. The 10th Amendment allows them the authority to take public health emergency actions, such as setting quarantines and business restrictions. With states adopting measures, there are several broad public health tools that governors can invoke. They can, for example, order quarantines to separate and restrict movements of people who are exposed to contagious disease to see if they become sick. They can also direct those who are sick with quarantinable communicable diseases to isolate from people who are not sick. Okay. And as a growing number of governors have done in recent days, states can order residents to stay at home with exceptions for essential work, food, or other needs. Curfews are another tool that can be imposed. If this resolution is passed, it will be seen as a consent by council for businesses to disobey directives of the State Department and the governor. Even if the resolution is non-binding, the results of the passage may backfire on business. When the state hears of it, when the state hears of it, it will certainly draw added scrutiny to businesses in town and the health department, which may result in businesses losing their licenses. As to the legality of the resolution, it appears to open the door to legal jeopardy for the city. With the variants that are coming on now, like the UK variant, which is up to 70% more infectious, this makes it even a more poorly timed action to take at this time. I'm done.
Thank you, Bob. I'm going to go ahead and move on to Shannon Anderson, which is Carl Anderson. All right, you're in.
Hello.
We can hear you.
Very good. Thank you. First off, I'd like to commend council for working on taking a stand on this pandemic and the situation going on in our state. And I'd like to further say, Ms. Case, I agree that every life is important, but I believe that the far-reaching aspects of this pandemic go way beyond people dying of COVID. And one of the things I'm shocked that I have not heard at this point is the mental health aspect of this pandemic and the effects it has had on our children, not going to schools. The lack of learning in the last almost year at this point is staggering. The effects on families, domestic violence, suicides in our community, I think is going to far outreach the financial burden that this pandemic has put on us. And I think the faster we stop this spread of this pandemic fear, the faster we heal our town, our state, our nation. And I think you guys are on the right track. Maybe there is a little bit of wording that needs to be changed here or there, but I think you need to recognize that the deaths are not just from COVID at this point. The real deaths are all parts of this, and the suicides that are up, the mental abuse that's happening in homes, domestic violence that's happening. Those things need to be addressed. And we can't do that without a legislative process happening at the state level. Long as the governor continues to exercise executive orders and not take into local areas what's happening in every city and town across, his broad stroke of power, I think, is limiting our local people to deal with what's happening here in Teller County. And I have heard, that Teller County is way up on suicides from a regular yearly basis. I hear constantly from parents about how to deal with their children and being out of school. I think we need to get this back on the local level. And I think what we've learned more than anything, I think, is that we need to limit executive powers. I don't care if it's the governor or the president. It should go through the legislative process from local representatives. And I commend you people for taking up that action to work here locally, to hear us locally. The financial burden has been tremendous in our community. I've lost a couple of tenants that have gone out of business because of this. But what I see more and what I hear more from the community, in our local Kiwanis group this week, we had 2 teachers on a Zoom meeting who pleaded with getting students back to school and learning and getting social interactions back in their lives. So we're there. We're in serious trouble in this nation and in our town. And I commend you guys for trying to take back some authority to our local jurisdiction. But don't discount, any of you, the additional toll on life that this pandemic has brought about. And I think that needs to be taken into consideration. It's not just the deaths of COVID. It's deaths from all different aspects of the mental anguish that this pandemic has put on society. So thank you very much, and keep up the good work as a council. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. I appreciate your comments. Next on the list, I'm going to pull in Elijah Murphy. All right.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Again. You know, one of the great things about this country is that we're a republic and not a democracy. A republic is where we all abide by the rule of law. A classic example of a democracy in action was when California actually had an election or a vote on whether a man could marry another man or a woman could marry another woman. The proletariat voted it down, said no, they cannot. A judge stepped up and said, it's nobody else's business. Yes, they can. That is the rule of law in action. Okay? A judge, this is not speculation, this is actual fact, in Pennsylvania, the congregate gathering limits imposed by defendants' mitigation orders violate the right of assembly enshrined in the First Amendment. 2, that the stay-at-home and business closure components of defendants' orders violate the due process clause of the 14th Amendment. And 3, that the business closure components of defendants' orders violate the equal protection clause of the 14th Amendment. This was a binding decision made by a judge in Pennsylvania, Judge William Stickman IV. Okay. Once upon a day, I was in the military, and I have to say it did give me something of a pragmatic view of life, having traveled all over the world and seeing people die of things like measles, mumps, rubella, because they didn't have the resources to take care of it. Okay. But what really gets me is I went to nuclear biological chemical school in the military. I think Mr. Neal will agree with me that the military doesn't think that a mask is enough. Oh, wait a minute, they do now. A mask is now enough to stop a virus. That wouldn't have stopped it when I was at war with a foreign entity. This was and has been proven that it was an engineered virus. Okay, it was weaponized. So at the end of the day, I stand here and I'm going over this in my mind. How counterintuitive is all this? Let's close all the small businesses and make everybody gather up in the same spots at Walmart and Lowe's and Home Depot. Wait a minute, aren't we supposed to be segregated? If we bring everybody together in one spot, this is all so counterintuitive to me. Okay, it defies the common sense test when dealing with diseases. So, if it costs one life, 40,000 deaths per year in cars, over 4 million people injured. Okay, way more than that was there. Do we get rid of cars? No. Okay, heart disease. Over 600,000 people per year. Am I being forced to go out and do PT every morning by the government to make sure that my heart stays in good shape? So now, anybody sitting here today thinking that government overreach is a problem, please watch your words. The Department of Homeland Security has now determined that if you think that the government is overreaching, that you might be a domestic violent extremist based on those events. And of course, you know, City Council would probably be no exception because you are judging the governor's actions. While he's still not a, oh, that's right, when did he get his medical degree to make these determinations for all of us? And I'll be doggone. It was always the quarantine was for the sick, not the healthy. But now it's for everybody. This is all so counterintuitive. We are shutting down our economy. We are destroying it. It's as if Saul Alinsky is now the president, okay? So we have taken the due process away from everybody because now the governor can step in and by mandate and decree, because people support this, and they won't stand up and say no because they won't grow a pair, okay? The taking of licenses without due process, is that really cool? I don't think so. All right, that's where we lose our liberties because we refuse to stand up against oppression. And anybody who fails to do that, okay, go ahead and live on your knees. So the mandates are dictatorial in process. I'm sorry, anyway, government is strictly power. You take and you don't pay your taxes, what happens? The sheriff comes and removes you from the property at gunpoint. If I take and I sit there and I say, I will not abide by your mandate, what happens? They come with a gun and take me away from my place of business, even if I stand up against them. All right? We're being sold down the river because people will not stand up. They will not realize that liberty is a dangerous concept and prospect. And here's a newsflash. Life. Ain't none of us getting out of it alive, okay? I do not understand why I am required to be so concerned. When I'm sick, I stay home out of common courtesy to the rest of the community. But when I'm healthy, I think I should have the right to go out and conduct business and do what I need to do and get in a car and drive, even though there's a chance I could be one of those 4 million who get injured every year, okay? This whole thing deserves a lot more scrutiny, folks. And yes, I get it. There may be some tweaking needed doing, and we are such a litigious society today that if you take and you say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing or don't abide by the, you know, somebody else's principles, this country was never determined or established to be driven from the top down. The Constitution is a limit upon the government. Okay, it is a limit upon the government. Realize that. It is not the law. As a matter of fact, you can sit there and you can tell me all day that, well, because Congress gives, you know, the ATF authority, they can do it. No, they can't. Okay, but we have allowed it for so long, it has become precedent. Well, one of these days we need to realize, all right, our liberties and freedoms are damn near gone because nobody will stand up. Folks, I'm asking each and every one of you to stand up and be a man or a woman of conviction. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Marth. I'm going to bring in Kelly Kane next. Okay, Ms. Kane, you're able to speak. You are muted. You need to unmute yourself.
There we go.
There we go.
I hate to be muted. So.
I think we all do.
Yeah, right. I too am a veteran. And when I signed up to be in the military, I gave up a lot of rights. I have never signed anything as a civilian giving up my rights. And I feel that is exactly what has happened, that I have been made to do things that I shouldn't have to do. I would do them for my neighbor, but the government does not have the right to tell me I can't do certain things. I mean, regarding this issue. I just wanted to say that I am free. I live in a country of freedom, and so many of my freedoms have been taken away. And I see it happening to so many people, and it just breaks my heart. It is not about that there is not a virus. It has nothing to do with that as far as this issue. It has to do with, I have a right to, as a healthy person, go out into public without a mask. And if my friend says, please put on your mask, I would say, of course I will. My goodness, yes. But the government does not have a right to make me wear a mask. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Brianna Gent.
Hi, my name is Brianna Gent. I am a reporter with the Gazette, and I have a question for council. Any of you are free to answer it, should you feel. But I was just wondering, are you concerned that there could possibly be conflicting messages to the residents of Woodland Park if this resolution does pass that declares the governor's actions in response to the pandemic unconstitutional, while, unfortunately, while the mayor has been hospitalized with the virus?
Absolutely. That's the whole issue with why I would like to see some tweaking. That's all I have to say.
I would add to that. No, don't have a deep concern. I think the public understands the difference between a legislative action and a resolution, and we are speaking on behalf of the citizens to help express their voice and let them understand that we understand where they're at. You may not be aware of this, Brianna, but the vast majority of emails that this council has received that were copied to all of this were in support of the resolution as opposed to those who were in opposition. And we received very few of those. Now, some council members will have received various communications individually, but I'm just representing the ones where they were all copied. And there's a deep well of support in this community for this resolution. And the number one thing that we must make certain that everyone understands is that the government doesn't always know best. Individuals understand how to make good decisions too. And the fundamental problem with all of these restrictions that are happening nationwide and in the state is a belief by many government officials that the citizens don't understand how to protect themselves. And they do. We just need to make sure that they have good information. So we're standing up on behalf of the community, which understands that we still need to be cautious of a virus that has a 99% rate of survival.
I would like to just comment. Brianne, thank you for joining us this evening. We received maybe, as I remember counting recently before the meeting, maybe 50 emails today. We have a population of over 70 to 75, somewhere in that area, 100 people in our community. So I would say that whether they are 50 that have maybe I think we probably had a 90% support out of those emails, and the other 10 probably not supporting the resolution. I would just argue that 50 is not a valid sample of our complete population. And that's just my observation. It's not wrong. It's just my observation. Thank you.
Brianna, if I could address, now I don't know that I can remember all of it, but as you spoke, two things came to my mind. First is a teacher who has been teaching for 30 years. I'll try to keep the content confidential, but she says if her clients are any indication, People are not doing well at all. It's the first time in my 30 years of private education that I now see children under tremendous strain, bearing burdens that only adults used to carry. Their mental health is truly at stake. I fear that the governmental overreach we have experienced these past 10 months will continue to go on with tragic consequences unless our local leaders stand up to it. Before this meeting, I reached out to Monument. I emailed all of the members of council. They actually don't have council, they have trustees and the mayor. The mayor emailed me. I did share it with the sponsor and co-sponsor of this bill. He then called me. And his comment was, although there was a few words that could be modified, he said generally, he says the response is tremendous. He says the fallout or apparent fallout that some have expressed concern of from the governor's office and legal, et cetera, is there isn't any. He had a very good article in a paper called Westward, and the governor responded in some offhanded way, but that hasn't been significant. Here's what's significant. 22 other counties are considering this. This is a wave that's happening across our state. Our citizens, our residents are hurting, and it's not just about the talking points of the virus and masks and all of this. There is a serious, one of our people who spoke, I believe it was Mr. Anderson, nailed it. We have increased levels of suicide, drug abuse, depression, just huge amount of marital problems. And those deaths and those consequences are just as long enduring, and even more so. You having a kid at 3 years old wearing a mask, the whole identification, and I'm not a child psychologist, but there's a whole thing about when a child looks in the mirror or looks at another, they're establishing their identity. And you've got a young population who don't have the opportunity to grow up naturally. And it's overreach, and I have a responsibility as a leader in our community to look at all of the concerns and to weigh those up and act accordingly. And personally, I feel that this is a measured resolution, and it gives our people a huge boost of hope that we're moving forward. And it's not that the governor gives us the authority to move forward. We are moving forward. We are mature, capable, responsible, freedom-loving individuals who can act responsibly and respect one another. That's all, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Zuluaga. I'm going to go ahead and move on with this topic.
Actually, I'd like to make a comment real quick. I'm
Sure.
sorry. Brianna, to your question, no, there's not concern that this, for me, that this would be misunderstood by our community. I think as far as we've made it in this meeting tonight, and I expect this to be reiterated probably a number of more times tonight, it's been made quite clear that this resolution has nothing in it that can be enforceable. We have stated it a number of times that this city council does not have the authority to overturn the governor's mandates, and it provides no protection to individuals or businesses who would choose not to follow those mandates. It has been made clear a number of times tonight, but it does have a very strong power of the word in making this statement and reasserting the rights of our citizens and our businesses to operate within their lives and their personal properties as they see fit. Thank you.
Thank you.
I see that I have another hand up from Norma Engelbird, and I'm going to go ahead and let her in. And then I'm going to ask if the city manager has any comment that he would like to make, and then we're going to move on with this topic. Norma, you are in.
Okay, I just have a question about, you say you don't want to abide by the executive orders limiting attendance at the meetings. If you decide to go back to in-person meetings, are you going to discontinue the Zoom meetings for those who feel uncomfortable attending your meetings in person? I've had COVID-19, the sickest I have ever been in my entire life, and the jury is still out on whether I can get it again, and I will not come to your meetings in person. So, you know, if you want my coverage, you're going to have to continue the Zoom meetings.
I'll answer that first. Norma, I think that is one of the good things, the few good things that has come out about this is we have been able to facilitate greater interaction between our government and our citizens. Being one who normally attends council meetings, even prior to being on council, I know it's not always the easiest task. And the fact that we have managed to not really master it yet, but certainly get something set up in the way to be able to allow citizens to remotely engage with us is something that I think should be done indefinitely, COVID or not. I would love to see it continue into the future in perpetuity.
Thank you, Councilmember Alfieri. I think we all agree with that statement. And on that note, I'd like to see if the city manager has any feedback he would like to provide. And then I'd like to move on with voting on this issue.
I appreciate it, Council. Thank you. And I just want to commend each of you and for the speakers for what has been a great high quality dialogue on a very complex, emotional, difficult topic. This is not an easy thing. This is emotional for all of us. No doubt we're all ready to see this thing go away. Nobody likes masks, certainly. In an era when it seems like civil discourse is getting harder and harder to come by, this has actually been quite a refreshing conversation. So I'm impressed by the amount of research that's gone on all sides, on all folks, and just want to let you know I appreciate it very much. So all I would add is for the city, we do have a number of folks who work here who love serving our folks. They're excited to see the city open again at some point. We were talking a little bit later or earlier tonight about it would be nice to have in-person meetings here again pretty soon. That's something we're looking forward to. That said, we do have a number of folks who are out there just doing their jobs every day, interfacing with all sorts of people because that's their job. That's what they get paid to do. That's what they love to do. And it puts them at substantial risk. So I just ask folks to consider, as you see city employees, please keep in mind that they are at a significant risk. We've had a number of folks who've been sick as well. I think we've had 3 outbreaks logged to the city as well. So there is some concern about our staff's health. So I'm just looking at it from the city's perspective. I appreciate how difficult this is. There could be, there was a question mentioned about how could the unintended consequences be. It's really hard to say. Looking at the state, we do apply for state grants every now and then. I don't know what that would mean for our relationship with the state. We do a lot of business with DOLA. We just don't know. So those are some questions that I had noted, but I appreciate the dialogue that's gone on. My role is to protect the city, the organization itself, and the staff. And so I would just submit that to you as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. I appreciate your feedback. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and move forward with the issue. I'd like to just reiterate, I would like to see stronger language, more specific, and I would really like to have the mayor be able to participate in this discussion with us. I think it's a topic that's very important for all of us. And I think he would appreciate that respect as well.
I would like to make a comment on that. Again, I reiterate that I would be happy to pass this 1,000 times over in a different draft and different words and different verbiage with the same statement. So I would certainly encourage passing this. Bring us an amendment for the next meeting and we can reaffirm this same statement at the beginning of every meeting until the restrictions are lifted in different words and different terms. Maybe it'll get through at some point. With all due respect to Mayor Carr. Unfortunately, sometimes it's just not an option to have all of our council members weigh in on important issues. It would be nice to have him here, of course, for many reasons, but that alone is not a reason to not pass this. I would say, otherwise, my question would be, would the rest of the city council members receive the same courtesy if an important issue came before this council and one of us were not in attendance? Our votes are all equal the same. It is extremely unfortunate that he cannot be here with us. But again, the fact that our mayor cannot weigh in on this, we all find ourselves in that situation from time to time, and that does not stop us from moving forward with business.
On that note, Mayor Pro Tem, I would like to propose a motion. The City of Woodland Park, Colorado Resolution 871, Series 2021, a resolution reasserting the rights of the City of Woodland Park and its residents and condemning the unconstitutional limitations imposed upon our freedoms by the Governor of Colorado, be taken for the vote.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Keys,
No.
Labar,
No.
Neil,
No.
Path,
Yes.
Zuluaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. It is a tie, 3-3. Motion fails.
I guess I would throw out there that I believe, Suze, I forget the resolution on the books. That means that
To the next meeting.
a tie vote automatically tables this to the next meeting.
That's correct.
So that will give us an opportunity to weigh in on some of the edits that have been talked about. Do we need a motion to that effect to look at it for language?
So I think certainly if council members would like to look at edits and circulate a draft or otherwise and bring those for the next meeting, we can certainly do that. I don't know if an additional motion would be required to allow you to do that.
Thank you.
Perfect. We will start on that immediately.
Can I just also say, for those of you who are listening in the public, if you have looked at it and you have suggestions you would like us to consider, would you please forward those to us?
Thank you, Council. We're going to move on to council reports. And I'm going to start with some events to mention. Tuesday, February 16th, 2021 is Chamber Business After Hours hosted by Park State Bank at Shining Mountain Golf Club at 5:30 p.m. You can contact the Chamber for more information. Wednesday, February 17th, 2021 is the Mardi Gras Bingo at 6:30 p.m. at the Ute Pass Cultural Center, sponsored by Kiwanis. And also, I unfortunately had the information in front of me. I don't have it at the moment, but I'll bring it back up again at next council. But I had a unique interaction with the Ute Pass ambulance service this past week. And they actually have, the district actually has some unique features that I was unaware of, and I think that most of our community may be unaware of. But they can make house calls, and they also, that are not emergent, and they can also, they have a Colorado Crisis Services line that if you know someone that is experiencing a mental health, substance abuse, or emotional crisis, they can call 844-493-TALK, that's 8255, or they can text TALK to 38255 to speak with a trained professional who will provide immediate support and connect you or someone you know to further resources. This was a resource that I did not know was available through our ambulance service, and they also offer a few other services. You can go to the UPass ambulance website, and at the next meeting, I will try to have better phone numbers and contact information in case you are not web savvy. Although I imagine everyone participating in the Zoom meeting tonight look up the website. But they offer some services that I was completely unaware of that are very beneficial to the community, and I just wanted to make people aware of that resource. And we'll go ahead and move on with council reports. And I think we'll just go ahead and do it alphabetically then and start with Councilmember Alfieri.
So first things first, I do believe we need a motion to continue at this point. Is that correct, Jason?
Yes. Thank you.
So I motion to continue for, what do we think, half an hour?
5 minutes.
I know, I would love to say 15, but let's go.
I'll second it.
So is the motion to continue for a half hour? Is that what I heard?
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Okay, thank you. Labar? Neil?
I wish it was 15 minutes, but I'll say yes for now.
Half?
Yes.
Zuluaga?
Yes.
Alfieri?
Yes.
And Case?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
5 minutes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We'll do 30, but shoot for 15. Overachievers. I just had one comment to make. I know Mayor Pro Tem Labar had mentioned the business after hours. Not sure how many people were aware that January Business After Hours was hosted by the City of Woodland Park at our facility, the UPass Cultural Center. So I was glad to see the city encouraging a social in-person event. And I do really hope to see that that carries over for us being able to hold in-person events in order to handle official government business in person as well. Thank you.
May I just interrupt? I have a message from Debbie Miller that says business after hours this month will be at the Cultural Center.
Thank you. And it's your turn, Councilmember Case.
Thank you. I have nothing.
Councilmember Neal?
We did not have a Keep Woodland Park Beautiful, so I have nothing to report for the month of January or February. Our next meeting is March 1st, but that does tie in. I reached out to the city manager because I had received a telephone call followed up by extensive email discussions from a citizen to bring a topic forward. And I was guided that instead of going straight to new business by just getting 2 council members or the manager to bring it up for discussion, whether we would like to add it for new business. I want to be crystal clear. I do not believe that an ordinance is appropriate for what the request is. The topic is creating an ordinance for cleaning up after our dogs, for the dog droppings. I believe there are far better ways to address it, which is tied in with the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful. I did promise the citizen I would ask, does anybody want to have a new business item where we talk about an ordinance, I guess penalizing dog owners for not cleaning up after their dogs. I have no stomach for it, but if two council members would like to, we can add it to a future city council meeting for new business. The counter proposal I gave, and I'll try to finish this report as quick as I can, was that I would bring it to Jan Wilson with the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful and ask if she would bring it up as a topic item for discussion, where the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful Committee might schedule an event if, and it was a very targeted area. It's the Centennial Trail. Right now there were signs that said it's the law to clean up after your dog. We did have the city attorney and Sally Riley do some research. There is no law stating that it's mandatory to clean up after your dog. So that part of the sign is in fact being removed, which in my opinion is good. We're having a hard time kind of cleaning up the deer feeding, let alone add another ordinance to worry about, cleaning up after dogs and how it would be enforced. My ask is that you allow me to pursue the topic with the Keep Woodland Park Beautiful and see if we can solve the citizens' problem in a different manner.
I would suggest that approaching it that way, like we did with Bear Aware campaign and even the deer issues, was to get into the schools and to approach it from an educational standpoint, to let people understand just how distasteful it is and maybe try and at least reach some folks instead of making it punitive. I know Hillary will go right along with that.
And in fact, that is what I am working with the city manager to make it an educational campaign versus some sort of a punitive type thing. But again, the citizen, there was a group of citizens that asked me to bring this forward to you. Does any council member wish to take this to an ordinance, or would you like us to try to approach it education and Keep Woodland Park Beautiful approach?
Educational is always better than ordinance, if it can stay at that.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, Councilmember Neal, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patch.
Yeah, a quick report from the Historic Preservation Committee. There's discussion about the cabin, and members are recommending a corrugated roof be placed on there. That is moving forward. We still have not heard specifics of a grant that is likely available for asbestos abatement at the Midland Terminal, but that is, but it's not completed yet, or it's not out of the question yet. We're still waiting to hear back from the potential grantor on that, so we'll have some updates. But it's an important project to take care of, and it looks very positive to be able to get a grant to mitigate the asbestos there. The folks who are putting together a documentary that will be marketed through the Historical Society on dude ranches and the history of dude ranches in the area is moving forward. There is a trailer out there. I should have the website for it, and it's my bad. I don't have it quickly handy, but it is out there. You can search Woodland Park Dude Ranches on YouTube. You'll find it. It's very impressive, but they're making good progress, and they're going to get 16mm film from Rick Harmon's to use for the documentary. So I have some very real footage related to that. It should be extremely helpful to market the community, particularly to connect people to the history of the community. And one other thing, that's it for now. Those are the major things. So from Historical Preservation Committee. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Path. Councilmember Zuluaga.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So firstly, I want to thank the city staff. We had inquiry this week from a gentleman who was experiencing a lot of anxiety about not knowing where to get resources for the distribution of the experimental vaccine throughout the county. And he had read in a newspaper article that we were like second last in the counties throughout the state. Anyway, so we clarified all that, and the city staff was able to put the vaccine resources, the COVID-19 vaccine resources, right on the front page of the city website. You want to pass the word to those who are concerned about how they get in line and where that standing is, how they qualify, all those things. There's a big blue button. You just scroll down when you go to the home page, big blue button on the left-hand side to the left of public notices. So kudos to our web management team. They're doing an awesome job on that. Secondly, Main Street. So since we met last, Main Street had a, not sure if you call it a work session or what, but with DOLA. And DOLA was very, very helpful to listen to all the different points of view, direct the discussions as Main Street is rethinking, reshaping, reassessing the best way to move forward with the change in the budget allocations to them. And I, for one, am very, very excited to see the changes already. I mean, they're very immediate. Yes, it's kind of like pruning a tree, and it's been tough on them. But I'm really excited that I think we're going to see a better and stronger Main Street moving forward. So also here for this meeting, I just want to give a big thank you to Rob and Michael. They've gone overboard. They brought in a tech team from Charis Bible College to help with getting the cameras and things in order. I don't know how much of it you saw tonight, but I'm telling you the quality of the broadcast for Norma that you're going to see in the future here from City Hall it's professional quality. And so Rob has already been experimenting tonight to get the bugs out of it, and we thank him for that. Lastly, the DDA. We had a meeting for the DDA on Tuesday. I am the liaison with them. And the prospective investor they've proposed a contract with him, and he's not pulled the trigger on that, although he's getting ready to. So we're like, well, to move this off the dial, let's see what it takes to move it forward on all fronts for the Woodland Station. So we have decided, we voted to bring in at the next DDA meeting a number of realtors to give us their input on how best to market the property nationally and perhaps worldwide as one avenue. The second one is to dust the mothballs off of a proposal which was set in 2016 for the use of that property in as a public space. We have all these great ideas come and then they go, but in the meantime, we have the potential to utilize that open space for events that would draw tourism to Woodland Park until such time as the property gets either sold or through the process of negotiations gets developed. So that's doing three things really. One, it's putting pressure on the interests that we already have to act. If they're serious about it, it's time to act. The second thing is that property has a value to the city. It's a couple of $1 million, and we're not suggesting we fire sale it. That's not the intention of bringing realtors in, but the intention is to see if there's some big players out there who have a vision for it and can pull the trigger on it. So we're looking at it from different angles, and I think that's a huge step forward. And folks are really upbeat about it, and there's some other suggestions of how to, maybe instead of being one big parcel there, look at what it would take to make it into smaller bite-sized pieces. But these are all just discussions. I just want to say that it was a very productive DDA meeting, and so we're going to see some exciting things happen there in the coming months. And that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Zuluaga. Up next, we have the city attorney's, what will be his final report for us. So, Jason?
All right, I've even turned on my video.
You put your tie on.
I usually try to stay in the background so I'm not distracting. Yeah, it looks like we'll probably go over that 15-minute mark. I apologize. I'll try to keep my comments brief as I've got a very long commute to my office, from my office here in my house to my bedroom. But it's been a pleasure working with the council over the last couple of years and the staff. We have a phenomenal staff, and on council, while we don't always agree, I think one thing can be certainly true that everyone can agree on is that everyone on council is very passionate about the community and about the future of Woodland Park. And that's something that I can appreciate from all of you, and wish you the very best moving forward. I did have one question is, I don't know if you have the answer to this, but how many lawyer jokes are there out there? And I did a little research, and it turns out there's only 3 lawyer jokes. The rest are all true stories. So anyways, I don't have much further to add. As I said, it's been a wonderful learning and growing opportunity for me working with the city for almost 2 years. It'll be a couple weeks shy of 2 years that I've been with the city. And I appreciate the opportunity, and I'll be moving on to a different position with the town of Frederick as their town attorney. And I think it'll be a great opportunity for myself professionally, but also very importantly for my family as well. So thank you for all that you've done, and I wish you the very best moving forward.
Thank you, Jason. You will be truly missed.
Thank you, Jason. You're a great person and a great attorney, and we've really, really appreciated having you.
And your sense of humor is like lubrication to the works. You make a tough pill hard to swallow, and keep us all in a light mood in tense moments. So thank you very much, man.
Yes, little do.
You don't
any-
tread on me, mask.
I was going to say, little do any of our future attorneys know that one of the requirements will be that they have to start and end every meeting with a joke now. So it'll be missed.
Can say that one of my mentors is Mr. Wilson. So I imagine that he could handle that.
Oh my gosh. He has some of the best and worst jokes there are.
All right. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Jason. And we're going to go ahead and move on to the city manager's report. And I believe that Finance Director Emily Katsimpoulos will be presenting the sales tax report for us.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and quickly turn it over to Emily. Thank you for that.
All right, thank you. Good evening, council. So just really brief, the tax revenue update is included in the packet for tonight's meeting. You'll see the sales tax collections for sales in November submitted to the city in December of 2020. And you'll see that we are up 13% month to date and 8% year to date over 2019. So that means 4.8% over budget. And then lodging tax collections have improved greatly. You'll see the lodging rev software, I think that we implemented earlier this last year, the beginning of last year, or actually it went live mid-year, has really improved the collections and compliance for the 5.7% lodging tax. Just wanted to note that. So if you have any questions, please let me know.
I see Councilmember Alfieri has a question.
Not necessarily a question, just more of a comment on this. I think we skip over this sometimes, oftentimes because it's late in the evening, and we just want to call the meeting. But I really want to draw attention to this. This is showing how strong our city has been, despite the year of COVID, and in a drastic difference to many of our residents and businesses and what they've experienced. The city is receiving record sales tax and record lodging tax. So on top of having a 27% reserve, i.e. savings account, based on our annual revenue, we're also seeing significant increases in our tax revenue as well. So I wanted to make sure we took a moment to point that out and make sure that residents see that and understand that despite the year of COVID, there shouldn't be any real concerns that the city is not very fiscally healthy. And so therefore, when we talk about any sort of changes to services or amenities or tax breaks or tax cuts, certainly these numbers are something to look at when you see just how healthy the city is and the sort of revenue burden or revenues it receives, as well as the burden that it can take on and weather quite a storm, despite the difference that we see between the situation of the local government versus our local business economy and the finances of our residents. Thank you.
And I know it's very late, just a couple quick things. We do apologize for the technical difficulties tonight. We do have a new camera system in chambers, but my gold star has to go to Rob Feltz for doing an amazing job, not just tonight, but getting that thing set up. It's been quite the challenge for him and the wonderful crew at Karis too, for Nate and his team there. We really appreciate them, but Rob is the superstar. Nice job as well to Mayor Pro Tem for stepping in relatively short notice and getting a crash course today from us. She did a bang up job. So great job.
Thank you.
And
Good
then
job, Hillary.
Great job. Great
You
job.
made it easy, every one of you, the council and staff. I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
And finally, thank you to Jason. I haven't had the privilege of knowing Jason for very long, but have developed a great admiration and respect for him. And we do enjoy his humor and the unique approach he brings to it. So we certainly wish he and his family the best in their next chapter. And we appreciate the council giving us some clear direction tonight for trying to replace him. Very difficult to do, can't do it really, but we thank you for that as well. So thank you for hanging in there for everybody for a long evening tonight.
All right, thanks very much, everyone. And I believe on that note, we will adjourn. So have a good night.
Thanks, everybody. Good night.
Good night.